Hello, everybody. So we are about to start. А куда я должен смотреть? Так, а кто у нас? Когда мы включаем трансляцию? Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Those who are joining us in the broadcast, we actually made a small revolution yesterday. That is to say, a lot of teams have been reconfigured because the first attempt, which you could watch yesterday, you could still watch it on YouTube channel, is going to be there forever, showed that some teams work better than others. Sometimes it worked well, sometimes it didn't work well. So teams really reconfigured pretty radically. So today we are going to have very different combinations of people, very different combinations of disciplines, and we are going to see how it goes. Right? So today's session will be moderated by Daniel Kantovsky, the head of education of SAS.
Thank you, Andrei. So I suggest that we start immediately because we have not less than 6 teams presenting today. And the first team is called In AI We Trust. So we suggest that colleagues, you will have again 15 minutes. Are you going to be present? Is there one presenter? 2 presenters. This team, yes, there are going to be emergent qualities, we hope. So, yes, I suggest that you go ahead. You have 15 minutes and yeah, please.
Hello.
So very briefly. So we will have like half an hour now per session? No. The first 4 teams will go in the same, roughly the same format. So between 30 and 40 minutes for questions.
Receiving artificial intelligence has been trustworthy. So what are indeed the factors contributing to humans' perception of AI's trustworthiness? There are, of course, many possible factors which can contribute to trust or to the feeling of trust towards artificial intelligence. In our project, we will focus mainly on 2 possible dimension of this relation of trust between humans and artificial intelligence. One is justification, so up to which point artificial intelligence can justify the decision it makes. And the other one is the possibility of a collaborative interaction between humans and artificial intelligence. But before we get on with it's switching on and off the screen, okay. So before we get more in depth and with more details on the research questions, of course we need to spend a few words of why it is worthy to speak about trustworthiness in artificial intelligence to begin with. So why do we need to trust artificial intelligence? To begin with, to move away from distrust. Distrust can be, if you don't know how something actually works, you can be pretty distrustful. So what we are talking about here is not distrusting a person that we absolutely know that he's a liar, but distrusting something that we actually don't know how it works. So it is a form of irrational distrust in something. So we need a trustworthy artificial intelligence, but then in a sense our issue was whether too much of a good thing is still a good thing. So whether too much trustworthiness in artificial intelligence can actually degenerate and relapse in other forms of irrational behavior. So an absolutely trustworthy artificial intelligence may lead us to blind faith. And while trust comes in degrees, faith is a more all or nothing affair. And indeed, there's another way in which a trustworthy artificial intelligence can instead lead to something a little bit more rational and more worthy, which is AI and human collaboration. So There are current definitions of trustworthy artificial intelligence, and we want to stress that this is something that is not that an idea which came out from the sky, that fell from the sky, but actually trustworthy artificial intelligence is a requirement for the artificial intelligence which is currently discussed in some science governance policy frameworks and proposals. So the European Commission in 2018 published this ethics guideline for trustworthy artificial intelligence. Of course, one of the fundamental questions in that guideline is who is supposed to put trust in artificial intelligence. So that ethic guideline actually had an appreciation for the multiplicity of actors involved in the trusting relations. They speak about developers, deployers, and end users. But then they define the trustworthy with, and this is something a little bit conceptually problematic, because they provided a list of 7 non-exhaustive criteria. One of that is transparency, another one is a human agency, societal, environmental well-being, fairness and diversity, and so on and so forth. So what we will do in our project is to look at 2 particular dimensions, which, as we said, is a transparency in the sense of artificial intelligence being able to justify the choices it makes, and then the possible avenues for collaboration between artificial intelligence and human beings. But we had a twist. So instead of conceptually defining the desiderata for trustworthy artificial intelligence, and since we said that contrary to faith, trust actually can come in grades, what we want to measure is indeed the way in which the trust of humans in artificial intelligence can increase or decrease, and this will be the experimental part of our project.
Thank you. So, thank you. So one thing here is that justification is mainly kind of Martin's field, while collaboration is Mirko's field. So that's one of the kind of things that why we need this, because these dimensions are there, and they build upon kind of the trust and philosopher's role in investigating trust. So that's kind of the preview also of our collaboration, why we need this from team members. So going to the methodology, so first I'll briefly explain the experimental part from economic standpoint, and then I'll move to other methodologies, because we combine methodologies together from different fields. So from my field, again, there are these 2 dimensions, justification and collaboration, and these are fields coming from our team members, and that's what we are investigating. And so the baseline treatment that we will design a game, and I can talk more during the discussion or something about the potential design of this particular game, we just need more time. But there are key features that we identified, that it should be about trust, obviously, and it should be about AI advising. So advice of AI how to do something, or how to allocate resources, or to how allocate tasks. So one of these things, because why do we need it? Because it allows collaboration, so AI helps human, collaboration and augmentation, and also justification. So how is this advice justified? Can AI provide reasons for this advice? And so we will test not only just how collaboration and justification works, but how changes in those dimensions affect human behavior. And that is why we have this standard economic 2x2 design. So we will run an experiment with some collaboration, some justification, and then one by one we will increase those. So we will see how collaboration affects trust, how justification affects trust, and how both of them being actively more, they affect trust. And so we will see this kind of causal relationship between collaboration, trust, justification, trust. So other methodologies that we use on top of this experiment, and these are not kind of fully separable things. So we bring neuroscience and biological model of trust with brain and hormones from Mirko, and that's part that can be done after our economic experiment with the same person, to see what what things activate in brain with regards to trust. Another approach is qualitative, so neurophenomenological methods and reports that they generate, this also can be done after the experiment or before. And so these are reports that economists kind of disregard and don't really collect. And that's kind of what I need to work with to be open more to this approach, because this qualitative thing is not there. And Martin, and so that's Vincenzo's kind of methodology here. And also we have Martin's approach, who can use AI knowledge to analyze those qualitative reports to generate more data. Because these qualitative reports, they are not really analyzed in usually in kind of as data, because it's text. So, but AI can help us. So, and so these methods, they all can be used on the same subject. So same subject can go to the economic lab to have the narrow testing done even within the same kind of room, neurophenological methods there, and also this data can be analyzed by the AI specialists. So they all work together and they all need each other to produce kind of more knowledge. And so, as I say, kind of same subject can be used. And so to summarize, we have kind of the same flow that you could remember from yesterday, that we have the theory and hypothesis about trust and about collaboration and justification that allows us to run different methodologies. And kind of, please don't pay attention to this kind of arrow specifically. There is a limited number of clip chart being used. But essentially, these quantitative and qualitative data gathering techniques are feeding to each other, as I mentioned, and they can give us more insights on behavior changes. We get implications feedback into theory and hypothesis, and so we can run more experiments on things that we discover with the techniques that provide open kind of open-end questions. And also we have pure project that it's not Facebook. It is feasible because we don't need the real engineering to build an AI. We can use just kind of subjects and limit the number of subjects and kind of things that can be easily transported or used in computers. And we do proactive research. And we do proactive research because there is this direction towards this faith and collaboration. And if we have time during discussion, there are specific examples that I can tell you. And we do this proactive action because we are trying to be in the same speed as this evolvement of AI role in human behavior. So it becomes more and more towards this kind of high trust, high faith evolution, and we're trying to analyze this as kind of as quickly as possible, the same as evolution goes. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking to the time. Shall we connect now to Martin, your fourth online participant?
Well, thank you very much. And I see a huge daily progress. Now, the purpose is clearly stated, and we see methods whose quite narrow topic, even if you are not going to do it right now or even tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But then, to my mind, it would be easier to give example of methodology, and even if the task will be altered later, this attempt to produce methodology would be useful. So it's my opinion. And thanks again.
May I quickly answer?
Quickly?
One sentence.
Yes.
Does it work or not for you as answer? So what about the distribution of production roles, assignment, done by AI and implemented in the lab the same way, that there are tasks that AI distributes, a very specific thing.
Okay, and now let's start with Victor, and then Alexei, and then Mathieu, and Artyom.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much. It was really, really great presentation. Still a few more conceptual questions. First, actually, there is a huge literature and scope of research on trust, and trust in technology in general, and trust in AI particularly. So usually sociologists, they are very, very, very eager to talk about trust in technology because our standpoint usually is that trust in AI has nothing to do with AI itself. The trust is not determined by something you trust in. For example, we studied trust in innovative technologies in Russia for the last 7 years with quantitative sociology. And we studied particularly trust in robotic judge, AI judge. So now 22% of Russian population strongly prefer robotic judge to a human one. And 3 years ago it was only 15. But during those 3 years, trust in Russian judicial legal system fall down, and trust in AI judge, exactly the same percentage. So it has nothing to do with the AI. It has nothing to do with the robotic judge itself. It's about trust in institution, interpersonal trust, and trust in technology. So they're very strongly interconnected. How will you deal with those exogenic factors? It's the first question. Sorry, I will have a lot of them. I will try to do it very short. Second one, I still don't understand exactly the difference between collaboration and justification. Could you a little bit clarify what you mean by this distinction and how it will work in experimental condition? And third, a more conceptual one, how would you actually distinguish between faith, trust, and pragmatic regimes, practices? Because, again, in a sociological conceptual framework, it's a huge difference. We have trust as a faith, for example, in AI in general, and that this is a part of techno-optimistic Weltanschauung, worldview. We have trust, but not in AI. We don't know what is AI on the level of trust. We know what is driverless vehicles, robotic judges, and particular technological innovations, AI-based. And our social attitudes are very different to those all AI-based innovations. And the third level of pragmatics, level how we operate, how we interact. I can be very AI-oriented person, believe in AI, I can have very positive social attitudes towards AI, but being absolutely technophobic on the level of interaction with AI. So those three levels probably have a huge amount of autonomy between them, right? So how will you deal with all those problems in your research? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You asked many questions. This was neither one nor two questions. To answer the first basic question, if you're saying that we would need a sociologist in our team, you are perfectly right, and we are open. There might be a place, it's just we didn't find a sociologist this morning. If someone wants to join us, why not? But it's not like, you know, there's a limited amount of time to go around and knocking at people's door. We would even have a place for a neurobiologist for that matter. So we fleshed out the idea. If other people want to join us, we don't slam the door in the face to anybody, considering the limiting. Then what you say is actually part of the first part of this project. So before we actually move toward the experimental empirical part and collection of quantitative and qualitative data, of course there is some conceptual definitions which need to be clarified. So what you said, okay, in a sense I anticipated this. So let's start. Trust is a very peculiar concept because it's a concept which overlaps between the epistemological and the ethical sphere. So we will be using trust in this particular meaning of the term. If you trust someone, it means that you think that that person is telling you the truth. So there is an epistemological element which is also based in communication and interaction. But if you trust someone because you believe that someone is telling you the truth, you also behave towards that someone in a particular way. And that's where the ethos of the trust relation actually comes in. Then you use the word trust in three different meanings that we differentiate. In a sense, faith is a form of trust, but it is a form of blind trust. You can trust a divinity that you never saw with your eyes, so you don't really have any direct relationship with that godlike creature. Whereas the kind of relation of trust that we are looking at implies that there is this form of communication or human-AI relation. And then you use trust in another meaning, but I disagree with using the word that you use the word pragmatic trust. That's what is pragmatic trust? You are just saying that the device is reliable. That's reliability. And of course, reliability is part of trustworthiness, but it is not sufficient to itself, to trustworthiness. So of course, an tool, artificial intelligence, and that's also one of the 7 requirements spelled out in the document of the European Commission. Of course, artificial intelligence, in order to be trustworthy, has to be reliable and robust. But because we are not using artificial intelligence only as a tool to perform tasks, but also as epistemic/ethical agent capable in aiding us making decisions, which sometimes are crucial, then this sense of trust that we're using goes beyond reliability, especially when it comes to, for instance, the automatized juridical system in the US. No? They use algorithm to decide the amount of time that a prisoner can go on parole. So of course, the actual machine that you want has to be reliable. Like it's not that, you know, if you switch it off, it's not going to lose data and stuff like that. But in order for the machine to be trustworthy, it has to be fair. It has to have, you know, other components. Okay, I hope this answers.
And the difference between justification and collaboration?
Perhaps I can say something about collaboration, and I guess Martin can say something about justification. So the idea behind collaboration is that, you know, when you trust something, so you, as we try to show in the slides, you have 2 options, yes? So you have faith, which may lead to absolute trust, which may have some bad consequences. For instance, imagine an artificial intelligence system that decides, you know, for legal purposes, which goes to jail, who goes to jail exactly on the basis of profiling. Yeah? So that might be an undesirable consequence of this trust, an extreme undesirable consequence of this trust. If you go on the other side, on the compromise, which also requires a degree of trust, of course, on collaboration, that can open up to positive outcomes. When you collaborate, so artificial intelligence, the fact that you can collaborate or you can implement in your body pieces, for instance, of artificial intelligence or technological engineering, pieces of wetware, that can open up new possibilities for experiencing cognitive skills, actually, having mind-brain machine interfaces, for instance, which were developed originally for rehabilitation, but now are being used consistently for a range of diverse tasks, which, you know, can kind of improve our abilities. Our physical abilities in some cases, and our cognitive abilities in some other sense. So that can have, of course, a bad impact, but also a good impact in the sense that you can use artificial intelligence, and that goes to one of the questions that was posed earlier on, that was given to us by Alexander earlier on. What is the nature of humans, given this possibility of re-engineering ourselves due to the plasticity of our brain, essentially. So once we re-engineer our bodies and we try to include these pieces of technological engineering into our bodies, then we get to, you know, augment our abilities. And that implies a reflection on what defines us as a human species. So, you know, that goes into the some singularity, for instance.
I wanted to add just because he asked many questions, and yes, you correctly noticed that trust in artificial intelligence might have not have everything to do with artificial intelligence, but that's exactly what we are doing in this project. I mean, we are measuring the degrees of trust and how these degrees of trust of human towards AI can actually change. That's why we don't need a big artificial intelligence machine. We are looking at, again, at the relation between, yeah.
Okay, maybe
Yeah. Do I understand correctly that you wanted Martin to answer as well?
I'm actually going to ask my first question, which will be connected to that stuff. If
So
you allow me. So I have, just as Victor, so many questions, but I'll ask two if you allow me. So the first one, you're not using the term, which is the widest and best known term, explicability, explainable AI. You're talking about this justification. This must be meaningful. I mean, people read your project and say, why do we have this term? It's not interpretability, it's not explainability, it's justification. So could you elaborate on that? Why are you not using the major term?
So yeah, so probably Martin might say something about the kind of from AI perspective.
Yeah, that's why I said my question is also for Mario.
Okay, Martin.
I'm somehow a little bit opposed to using mainstream terms because I think that sometimes they are used in a general context without being specific. And
sure. So please tell me what's specific about justification as compared to explanation.
Explainable AI can also mean that, how is AI understood nowadays? In a large context, it is a statistical method of evaluating profiles of people, of their behavior, and so forth. And when it comes to explaining people's behavior, then this can just be that you situate a person in a cloud of, probabilities, let's say. And this is not the kind of explanation that we would aim at. So justification is something that is much more related to reasoning processes. For example, in justice, one could say, well, how does a judge justify the judgment that he or she gives? And this goes far beyond just profiling people and saying, well, in the average, the typical male black jail inmate has this and that probability of becoming criminal again.
Okay, thanks. So I recommend that you really study what is called XAI, explicability, and the strategies of explanation are exactly what you're talking about. Now, let's move to my second question. I was looking for originality in your project. Just as Victor said, there have been studies and studies and dozens of studies on trust and AI. People have created scenarios, use scenarios, not gamification though, that might be something interesting, but mainly people have done sociological study on scenarios. So, I have here different polls, how many % would trust an AI to decide on a loan or bank loan or customer service or things like this. So we need to see what is original about your project. And I did hear something original, but I was surprised that you didn't develop it much further, which is looking at the dynamics of trust, of how it can increase or decrease rather than just study the existing situation. You said that.
Yeah, and that's exactly.
So that is where I think you need Martin as an engineer, I would say, who will devise dynamic protocols, evolving protocols, so that you can look at changing situations and try to study the dynamics of trust. So try to think about a protocol that would let you study not just trust, because then you will be like dozens of other people, but dynamics of trust. Can you do that? So that, I think, could be the original part of your research.
Yes, and pretty much that's why we have a 2x2 design, not just one experiment that does something, because the external validity and what we can say about trust kind of as a whole thing, we cannot talk about trust. We should talk about one specific thing, which means that we look at this specific thing and how it affects trust in dynamic. Okay, so the trust is a dependent variable in our case, essentially. And sort of to finish the originality kind of type question is this is kind of the methodology used to answering specific questions. So the data which is out there, it's not data which is not all of it is linked to this kind of dictator type of AI which distributes tasks like the criminal justice system is one of our specific examples. There are not many automatic judges, there are not many automatic AI systems that force you to do something. There are some of that suggest you, like medical prescriptions, yes. And so we're trying to be proactive to look into this kind of dictatorship AI, and because we think, and because we see this evolution of AI, that right now medical prescriptions are suggestive, but maybe in 10 years, they will be like criminal justice now. It's already, in some cases, dictator, AI working as dictator. So we're trying to address this kind of dictator type of AI, which in the real world is not present much to have data to analyze.
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea to focus on a specific type of AI systems. I'm not in favor of the use of AI system, of looking at the use of AI systems in justice. I would say look at the dynamics of trust in areas where we don't see that yet happening. So, for example, autonomous vehicles, right? People are talking about autonomous vehicles. Will you buy a car? But nobody has yet really bought a car. So then you can devise scenarios for, like, what happens if that car behaves like this or behaves like that, or creates an accident or drives too slowly? Will you still use it? I mean, you can choose a type and don't do everything, right? And then try to be really original, because a lot has been done already there.
Okay, Makia.
Maybe, if I can say something.
Yes.
We were thinking, I had an idea this morning, but we didn't develop it, to look at the future, so the future of artificial intelligence for human cooperation. So that involves the example that you mentioned, but many more. And that's a topic that's actually new. There's not much work being done on that. So, but we need to explore it further. I had this idea, remember. So we thought we could discuss it, but then we prefer to focus on one particular area. But maybe following your suggestion, we should expand it.
Okay, Michael and Tyumen.
Right. I think, thank you for an interesting, indeed very much improved project description. Even though we didn't discuss our responses before, I think there's a kind of a line in the responses. So I've had a couple of students doing a study on autonomous vehicles, and with the question how we can not just like integrate or implement moral rules in an autonomous vehicle, but doing it such that it is responsive to the driver's personal morality. However, this creates a really intriguing problem, because many of us, I think typical, even ethicists, don't always have very consistent moral norms. So most of us will want to avoid, like, running over a child. However, when it comes to maybe either running over an elderly person or driving your car into a wall with the risk of killing yourself, then people will no longer do like a kind of a virtue ethics, but maybe do some consequentialist applying of norms. So there's a kind of a complex dynamics involved, where the driver itself might not be really aware of the rules that he or she is applying to autonomous driving. So this leads to, in a way, a couple of interrelated questions. One is, have you indeed thought about focusing on a particular domain, because only then will you be able to articulate the rules that need to be applied, and also the inconsistency of the rules that maybe a person will have. And have you thought of how to make this collaboration such that both AI and the human driver will actually learn from each other, and then leading to a much more trustworthy form of AI?
Maybe, can we double answer? Is it possible? Or
Yes, but keep
so
them
quickly, yeah, I would say yes. And my answer would be we will need an engineer on board, possibly, because it will need probably to study the algorithm that determine the behaviors of the machine, of the car, sorry. So in this case, it might be useful to use some expertise, local expertise. But this is
Okay, again, thank you. You asked many questions, not just one, but the question that you asked is opposite and in a sense complementary to Victor's question. So your question is what it has to be inside the artificial intelligence in order for the vehicle to behave in a certain way. And that's a question about the internal mechanics and design of artificial intelligence, which is nothing that we are doing here because we don't have an engineer, we don't have the infrastructure, and even because you can even build the morally perfect artificial intelligence device and people wouldn't still trust it for one reason or another. So what we are looking at is at how people feel about the artificial intelligence, and no matter how this super artificial intelligence will end up looking like. And then to pick up one of your many other questions, what did you ask?
My question was not about a super intelligence.
Yeah, well, it's not the term super intelligence, but it's just like...
Michael,
we are
microphone.
Not, yeah, we are not engineers here, so we are not interested in the design.
Neither was I.
Okay.
I was interested in whether you thought about the interactive nature, so the responsiveness of both the system and also the system forcing, in a way, the driver to articulate his or her own set of moral norms and then improving its consistency.
Okay, that's an interesting point that we will take on board.
And we can implement.
Just a word from a technical perspective, because I think, well, this morning in our discussion we had talked about an application area related to justice. And I think this is somehow that is more easily circumscribed, or that is much more focused. And when talking about autonomous vehicles, many more things come into play. I mean, one can study them. They are certainly very interested. But they are really complex architectures where other factors come into play, like real-time effects and so forth, because a system, an autonomous vehicle has to be reactive. So it has to respond to what is going on in the environment in a certain amount of time. So you have many more components that interact, and that is much more difficult to analyze than if you just concentrate on one component that displays an intelligent behavior. And that is for this reason that I'm a little bit more skeptical about examining autonomous vehicles, because they are enormously complex products.
One sentence?
Yes.
So I do see a way that we can try to implement the two-way interaction between AI and human, not only AI advising, but also AI reacting to what humans do. We can implement it, I think.
Okay, Artemi.
Yeah, I have a small question about the brain part. As you can imagine, I mean, from a philosopher's point of view, this was a little strange. So you seriously believe that there is a univocal correlation between some brain zones and trust? And if not, why do you need this information? If yes, please explain the mechanism. Do you really want to give people drugs, medicine to affect their brain zone so that they feel more trust? Then I have some ethical issues already to your research program. And referring to this discussion of two-way interaction between AI and the subject, which I agree, it's very important. I would say that there is an obvious line of argument where you need to look at the some kind of imitation of trust in the AI itself, because people usually trust those who trust them. And obviously the machines don't trust anyone normally. They are very close in this sense. They check everything. They are very, critical minded, the machines. So if this is so, then there are obvious limits to trust towards them.
Yeah, many questions. The first one, I would say no. I don't think that, that just by simply studying the brain and looking at brain activation, you can reduce everything to that. It's a science, an indication. It's actually part of our methodology, because we start out with this studying the brain activation, you can look up for the hormones that get involved in this, and then you can run questionnaires, phenomenological questionnaires on what is the perceived feeling of this experience, and then you can combine this and see how this will inform the theoretical stance that you take on this. So I would say it's just a practical means, but we don't want to drug people, we don't want, certainly that's not in our mind.
And I can add that pretty much the mixture of cognitive science and economics, which is neuroeconomics, its existence is an answer to a question. So without any drugs, without nothing, as long as you give people task on risk, for example, you see what activates and how brain operates, and then you change the factor and you see the changes. So it's again, you change a factor. In our case, it's the cooperation, for instance, and along this dimension you see how brain reacts, and so this informs you in terms of the effects on the trust and behavior.
Okay, Amir.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I enjoyed so much. Thank you. But I'm just suffering with that you don't have biologists in your team. You know, because now you have a model of trust which about hormones and brain. So if, for example, if I want to ask one simple question about why did you select hormones for your model? Can you explain about that? Do you have enough background about biology? So I think you need. Isn't it?
Okay, to put it in a very formal way, part of this presentation was also meant to be a call for biologists or neurobiologists to join our team. Then if someone will join this team, or if this research will be selected, and we will probably can establish a further collaboration with people who are already working here, we will keep the biological parts. So that biological hormonal part is supposed to be a blank space that we would like to develop the research in that direction with the possibility of someone joining us.
Yes.
Can we have a microphone? Yeah.
I'm lost. Why are we even talking about this? What is specific to AI in the whole story of neuroeconomics and finding brain correlations to high-level psychological responses? What is specific to the studies on AI here?
Because we are not studying AI per se, we are studying how humans are related to AI.
So they also react to 10,000 other things? They also react to a million other things.
Okay.
What is specific to
We
reaction
cannot
to AI?
study 1 million other things, and we think that studying how actually humans behave and relates to artificial intelligence is a worthwhile and pressing problem that we need to understand.
What do you learn about artificial intelligence through this project?
We're not learning about AI, we're learning how humans react to AI and factors that contribute to it. So that's the same way that Victor said, that the trust depends on other things like institutions, but institutions are not the only thing. So in order to understand these separate factors and their effects, we need laboratory studies, and the neuroscience and neuroeconomics and cognitive sciences is one of the ways to study these particular factors which contribute to a more complicated behavior, brains, etc.
Okay, one more question in the back, Sasha.
A small remark. To my mind, the strengths of the project in its interdisciplinary nature. And let's think about a paper in economics regarding this story. So the question is quite natural and well discussed, I'm sure, in the literature. So what can be the novelty? I think novelty can be in methodology, because this team can produce a relevant quantitative definition of trust that then will be tested with econometrics. And also you could you could imagine some data analysis and computer sciences here, and as another possible variable or other variables that at the very end will be used as variable in the econometric model. And then it can sounds natural for economists and also for computer scientists if you explain that all your algorithms are required to solve specific problem in economics. Thank you.
And one comment, and the
Yeah.
bridge between what you mentioned, the AI involvement, kind of computer science involvement, not mess things up, and economics, is this qualitative analysis with philosopher, and because we need this data that economists completely omit, and as well as the cognitive science part of the qualitative analysis that economists omit, but we can actually work with together with a computer scientist. So that's the piece which is completely multidisciplinary, because economists don't do that, kind of full stop.
Okay. Do we have any other questions right now? So I suggest that we collect all of those questions, ideally in a form of one-sentence questions, and then let everyone summarize or respond to the questions and comments, starting from Martin. So we have Krishna, Alexei, who else? Matvey. Let's start with Krishna.
I wonder what hormones have to do with neuroeconomics. Or if there is something, hormones are stimulating neurons to behave in a certain way, or neurons secrete certain hormones which lead to these behaviors.
Thank you. Alexei?
So I heard two different ways in which philosophy is involved in this project, and I'm trying to just make that explicit, and you will correct or add things. One way is that philosophy informs the discussion on trust. What is trust? What are the forms of trust? What are the factors of trust? So everything but trust from philosophy. And then there was a very different discussion raised by Mihail about the transparency of norms, about the consistency of normative systems, and all that stuff. And that's a different philosophical discussion. So you have two different ways philosophy is participating in forming this project. Is that correct? Are they connected? Is there something else? So what is the input of philosophy?
Thank you. And Matvey?
Thank you for a nice presentation, and it is outside of my expertise, disciplinary expertise. I mean, it's very concise and neat, I think. And what I'm worried about, that it's maybe too concise and too concise, but neatness is fine, of course. So it seems to be like that you can publish, like for instance, 3-4 articles maybe, but then the question is like, you know, how to expand this project. So maybe you could consider how to you could explain what the implications are.
Okay, thank you, and over to Martin.
Okay, yeah, just let me pick up this last point. I mean, in computer science, we have the experience that, well, something that starts out as a small project typically becomes quite complex when looking at the details. And so I think that what we planned for 3 years is already quite ambitious. So I do not think that we'll run out of problems, because when making precise, well, how one can justify, for example, well, the decisions of an AI system, I think this is something that can be stated quite concisely, but to elaborate that takes quite an effort.
Okay, thank you. Johnson.
Okay, so to begin with, it's not just like there is the philosopher and then all the other people. It's everybody is contributing at different stages of the project. So the part of the conceptual analysis of what is trust and blah, blah, blah is not done just by the philosopher, but especially in that part, it will be the philosopher together with the computer scientist. Because of course you cannot make explicit what the desiderata for a trustworthy artificial intelligence is if you don't have factual knowledge of what artificial intelligence actually can do. Then, of course, can does not imply out, but it is good to start with the can part to begin in order to inform what it ought to be done. And then regarding the second part of your question, which also relate a little bit with the previous question, it's not like we are running just one experiment or one sort of experiment. So there will be actually a feeding back on the results and interpretation of the experiments, which will inform the initial theory, and it is in that moment that we will actually discuss which kind of meta-ethical system would be preferable to implement here or there.
Okay.
Did it answer the question?
So maybe I can try to answer it as well. So I don't think we focus that much on social norms. And so I think that, yeah, there are at least two ways that philosophers can contribute on the trust discussion, and I call the feeding back, but also on the methodological thing, because, again, qualitative analysis is not something that economists do, and phenomenological analysis is not what economists do. And so for us, kind of by default, again, without unlearning stuff, by default for us, that's absolutely irrelevant, non-incentivized information. And only with philosophers and cognitive scientists and analysis of this with AI can I kind of understand more about this methodology and approach. And kind of to go back to the too specific, not too specific, I think we had two comments today. One person said that we are not enough specific, and one person said that we are too specific. So maybe we're around the optimal, I guess. And also in economics, it's not that often that you publish kind of 10 papers on the same experiment. It can be the same kind of idea of different experiments and different methodologies in this case. But usually kind of one data set equals one paper. That's more or less how at least economics behaves. So that's normal. My point that there's nothing special or bad from my standpoint. It's just normal, and you just explore different extensions and run more experiments, and you get more papers out of it.
Mirko?
Just quickly, yeah, point taken about hormones, it didn't mean nothing bad. I mean, we just wanted to give the idea that we wanted to try to look at a biological model, yes, which will involve studying areas of activation. Developing, such a model might involve studying areas of activation and activation of hormones, which follow, for instance, psychological factors. So whether or not that could be helpful, yeah, point taken. So probably we need to take that out. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to you for the team for the presentation. And the next theme is going to be interdisciplinary insight into radicalization. So, Liz, Yaves, Jonathan, David, and Sarah Bano on the online.
Is Sarah also connected already, so that she can see us?
She can see us on YouTube. Yep.
Thank you very much. I've been chosen again to present, although there were other alternatives, but somehow it fell on me again. It's my pleasure to present to you how different ideas from yesterday evolved and changed, how the teams, of course, after we changed the groups, went into different directions. It's an elaboration on the project of which the experts board thought there is potential. It was too broad, it had different issues. We narrowed it down to a specific project entitled Interdisciplinary Insight into Radicalization. It's the 5 of us contributing to the project. By now you know us, so no need to be introducing anymore. We have an operational definition of radicalization from a paper published in 2012 by Githens Mazer, on which we elaborated with one more word. Radicalization is a collectively defined, though individually held, moral obligation to participate in direct political action, often textually defined. As you can probably already see, this is a definition that doesn't necessarily add immediate ethical or moral value to radicalization. This doesn't need to focus only on a certain type of extremism or something that we would necessarily judge negatively. Our main research question is how current understanding of radicalization is limited by disciplinary myopia. So to what extent the scholarship on radicalization is limited, fragmented, dispersed, and to what extent we can, as an interdisciplinary team, build it up and construct a more unified and diverse understanding of what radicalization is. Those are objectives or common grounds or significance of the project is the following. The important thing is to develop the understanding of the different uses and meanings of the concept of radicalization. So one of the first things which we noticed very quickly between ourselves, we had very different understanding of what the concept means. Quite often in popular media it's only associated with radicalization towards violent extremism and only reduced sensationally to, for example, jihadi Islamist militant Islamists, whereas the definition on which we operate, of course, can expand the understanding. So one of our goals will be to see how it takes on different meanings, both in academic settings as well as in popular understanding of the term. The other work we need to do is to link the misuse of genetic and socioscientific concepts with radicalization, which is of course building upon the work, the idea presented yesterday, in what different ways concepts such as genes or race or heritability or cultures, tribes, civilizations are being misused for radicalization. Our objective is to study the phenomena of self. In self, of course, one of the most important is to develop an interdisciplinary understanding of the phenomenon of radicalization. So our, of course, limited review of literature and different teams that do such research suggests that it's usually limited to both disciplines and specific subject areas. It's usually, the study, for example, of radicalization understood as extremism is limited to security studies or international relations. Often scholars don't talk across subject-specific areas. So people who study Islamic militant radicalization don't necessarily talk to those who study white supremacism, and even less so to those who study, for example, anti-racist radicalization, which also is a different form of radicalization. So in what ways we can create an interdisciplinary understanding that both encompasses the different perspectives which we can contribute, and see how those different perspectives speak and relate to each other. So in a sense, that of course relates to the fact that it's not an umbrella project. And of course, our other goal in understanding the phenomenon is to understand it, how it works contextually, and see how we can comparatively explore it. So of course we will need to identify different case studies which reveal different things about radicalization, and create a comparative study with both current and historical examples of what could be analyzed and expand our understanding of radicalization. And of course, as we understood, the first lecture during the project design session was as a suggestion to kind of go beyond interdisciplinary research and towards transdisciplinary research. We of course also need to get out of our academic shoes a little bit and combine them together with certain action shoes. So we would like to begin exploring humbly different methods of overcoming pernicious radicalization. that meaning, of course, we won't be able to here design a kind of methods of fighting the most kind of necessarily pernicious big scale, for example, Islamic State radicalization, but to maybe design smaller scale experiments together with students or in Tyumen that could address certain actions that happened, for example, with racist attacks in a given space, and how theater practice or other practices could contribute to that. Yes, and it's not an umbrella project because radicalization, as immediately referencing a political science concept, is too limited a framework for understanding the phenomenon per se. So what I already said, quite often seeing it in those limited disciplinary and subject-specific fields doesn't help our understanding, and of course our perspectives needs to be integrated, meaning that those different perspectives which we would like to study are related in different forms. So Siave is wanting to explore how states per se are in different forms perpetuating radicalization. States per se are perpetuating radicalization using different organs and instruments. One of the organs they use are media, and David, with his focus on media study, will be able to explore how different media perpetuate elements, not necessarily only conceptual, but also emotional and other that contribute to radicalization. And often using, for example, misinterpreted or fallacious assumptions from hard sciences. So using wrong concepts of heritability, race, and then assuming race is the same as ethnicity. So we need to correct and see in which ways exactly are they committing those logical fallacies. And this relates to my interest and what then motivates individuals to both radicalize but also de-radicalize. What are the different processes, both kind of epistemologically in terms of how conceptual elements contribute to radicalization, but also in terms of belonging, increased feeling of agency, and other aspects that contribute to people radicalizing. And I think, did I miss anything? I think that's it. I'm sure there are things I missed, but I'm sure together with my colleagues we'll be able to answer your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We start this round with Barbara.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a much more focused project than yesterday and much clearer topics. I also saw some integration, which is attractive, but I didn't really understand who will be using your results. I mean, you say action research. So action research means there must be stakeholders who need this information that you generate and can put that into action to overcome challenges, solve problems, or de-radicalize people or whatever. So who is the stakeholder in your action research and who will be using the results to take up action?
Okay.
I mean, the part of action and applicability, of course, would need to be explored together with people who have expertise. If you're talking about the theater practice and so on, we can visualize them with our limited knowledge of how, for example, one of the few practices I know that could contribute the theater of the oppressed could work as a practice. But I'm myself not a theater specialist. There was one who unfortunately flew back today. I was talking to him, Andrew was his name, right? I was talking to him and he already got interested in how this could be incorporated. In terms of people to whom we are addressing, of course, the general theoretical framework, this has various applicabilities which we'll need to develop and see how it's applicable once we have our fundings. I don't know if someone wants to add something. Mm-hmm.
Just very briefly, that it was the last item and very cautiously formalized that just the first steps to think about what can be done. So, yeah.
I think of course, like the people in academia that work on political philosophy and political science, for instance, they would be among, like a potential addressee of such a research program, I would say, such a research program, because it would kind of push them as well, to reconsider their initial, I would say, suppositions, for instance. That would be one part. The immediate addressee, of course, would be the students in the classroom. It would be kind of, like raising their awareness, of course, about what is going on around them. And again, they as well, like would be pushed in a sense, or would be, I would say, to perhaps question the beliefs that are based on, like what is given to them, for instance, through media, through common sense, so on and so forth. So both the academic, like the academic community, as well as community in large. Immediate community, like the students, will be, like the subject that would be addressed.
I think I'm not happy that you are mixing methodological issues, how to generate the findings, with the target audience. The students seem to be the ones whom you investigate and study. They cannot then be the ones who are using this knowledge automatically. So I think you should be more specific. Maybe you take up certain types of radicalization and see what agencies are working on that, or who is trying to overcome these challenges, and involve these people in your research design and apply this to specific radicalization problems.
Okay, Artemy, Alexei, Victor.
Yeah, I actually want to continue the same line of questioning, but from another angle. Polarization, the term that was used yesterday, is at least a more or less neutral term. The term radicalization and radical is an ideological term. And particularly when we read your definition that basically a direct political action is radicalism, then when we hear the words like de-radicalization and work with state agencies, I, as a subject of a Russian state, and there are subjects of Turkish state here and other interesting states, I have very serious ethical questions. And I exactly know what agency you should address to fund your project. But again, I will tell you this privately. So I would be really careful about this. If you want to talk about radicalism, then you probably have to pick a more specific definition that would really have to do with polarized extreme views of someone, right, with regard to a political spectrum. In this country, everyone who is against the government is a radical. And I know many such countries. Again, these people would often not agree that they are radicals. It's the state that defines them this way. And you act as exactly the, how to say, the mouthpieces of this state.
I think we want to keep it a little bit more open-ended, because the idea is that it can have both positive and negative connotations. So you're absolutely right that it can be extended to just about any activity, I suppose, in terms of what we define as political, I guess. But we, just to show you that we felt we needed to put political in the definition that was there without it, is that you could define parents deciding to take their children to church as a form of radicalization according to that definition. And it's something that we were bandying around back and forth, and we felt we needed to kind of explain it a little bit clear, make it a little more specific to social bodies taking action within a context where there is a regime. And that sounds so wordy. We tried to reduce it to one word, and we chose political. And I'm not sure, that's the best choice, but it seemed like the most, convenient choice in that. So I don't want to keep going on too long. So if somebody else wants to take that.
Do you have some answers? If not, Sarah would like to speak.
Okay.
Yes, Sarah?
So I think when we were discussing this idea about radicalization, we really had one word in mind as well, that was context. So how in different contexts radicalization, the term is understood is very different. I think that's what when we were talking about radicalization, and again, that goes back to the question, who would be the beneficiaries and who would use this information. I think that's also very connected with that idea. So if you look at radicalization, if sitting here in the United States, how that word is understood might be very different than you are talking about in Russia, or maybe what are people talking in Pakistan in terms of radicalization. So I think that's one of the main objectives, like to understand the concept of radicalization. And I think understanding the phenomena of radicalization in context would be very, very important. And a context doesn't mean only geographical context. It can mean so many other things, like socio-economic class. It could be age. It could be so many other environmental factors, whatever, you can include. Yeah.
Okay. Jonathan?
So I just wanted to add, if you're also thinking of the potential problems with the term de-radicalization, how it could be used by states who kind of want to disarm opposition to their own practices, of course, this immediately jumps into the shady grounds and difficult grounds of philosophy of ethics and morality. And we've discussed that briefly. It's a complex subject with which we ourselves will probably need to work the most. When I think of radicalization, I was specifying that there could be different forms of radicalization, and some of them are the most pernicious ones. Which ones those would be and how we would define them would be an empirical question. I think those are the forms which obviously risk someone's life or health, but potentially also dismiss the individuality or forbid any creation of meaningful life projects. And this is the kind of radicalization which we are thinking of developing tools of potentially disarming. One of my kind of hypotheses, which is also linked to some research in an interesting California study, I could talk about it more, is about to what extent exposing certain conceptual dissonance in individuals who hold very strong views has potential possibilities of them de-radicalizing from the more pernicious forms. So that would be one of the possible kind of empirical research questions which would need to be applied more specifically. So I understand the concern, and we all kind of understood it in terms of feeling uncomfortable with entering the field of kind of ethics and morality very quickly.
So yeah, but one sentence, we have already 5 questions.
Can I just, in
one
sentence, please? And about the ethical issue that you're talking about, one of the things that we try to come up with is like how the very institutions, like, I mean, for instance, you talked about the state and that certain states consider any dissident as radical, but beyond that, I mean, one of the issues we try to come up with is that the very institutions that are trying to stabilize or or supposedly function as foundations of stability are the very sources of these type of radicalization, in particular the pernicious radicalization that we talk about.
Okay, thank you. Alexei and Victor. Michaela.
So I have 2 questions. One question is this. When you design a project, one of the things you're supposed to do is to evaluate risks of not being able to implement your project to the end. So here's a risk for you. In month 3, your visas will be terminated by Russian security agencies. That's not a joke. Is that likely? What's your evaluation? So that's my first question. Second question. I hear a lot when I hear about radicalization and research on radicalization. I think that there is a fascinating new topic here, which is the connection between social media and radicalization, the role of social media. And you said that you will be exploring the role of states in perpetuating radicalization, including the role of media as an instrument used by the states with a reference to David. But I think the question about social media doesn't have a lot to do with states as actors. They're not instruments of states. Facebook is not necessarily an instrument of any state. States can use it, but also many other actors can use it. So I'm surprised that the focus here is still on states and not on social media. Is that a reflective choice? Why is that? What about social media? No, you said media.
Media.
I don't know. Did we communicate that this was focused on states? I'm not sure I understood it that way myself. Oh well, yeah. No, I think that was one of us that was making that point within his discipline. But you're absolutely right to point to social media and YouTube especially as a platform that isn't associated necessarily with a primary regime. My stake in it is, or at least my place in it is also a bit more historical, looking at visual language in terms of how it may document radicalization and then also how it may radicalize per se. So that's what I would bring to students is things like Jean-Luc Godard, obvious choice, and then third cinema. Looking at cinema as a means for radicalization and how that content could be considered both pernicious on the one hand and maybe benevolent on the other. But that's limited. I see my position as very limited, and that's why I also see myself as a stakeholder and I see all of us as stakeholders in this, and that it's a concept that is broad enough that our disciplines really could help each other to come to a better understanding that could be communicated to other students on the one hand and other researchers on the other. And in my experience so far with interdisciplinarity at this institution, one of the biggest problems is finding a forum that's interested in interdisciplinarity. That's one of the reasons that when you ask the question, who are the stakeholders, it can be difficult because it's almost like pioneers in a covered wagon. We're not sure we're on the way to something that we hope we'll find when we get there. But it can be hard to find a medium for interdisciplinarity. We can do the research for ourselves to enlighten our own perspectives on the topic, but we still are waiting for enough acceptance in academia that there are those people out there are interested to see, like we are, what interdisciplinarity will do, how it will inform or broaden a concept like radicalization.
I just wanted to add that yes, maybe social media are not that regulated by governments, but there is influence and there is concerns that have been discussed widely in terms of how to stop, how to filter through different social media, different types of messages, which of course relates to a certain necessity of discourse analysis of media and so on. The media we were thinking about, one of the examples I can give is Polish state TV, which over the past few years have been kind of hijacked by the state and its autonomy has been limited with the main news channel often perpetuating certain discourses, misusing socio-scientific and biological concepts, which do influence the people I know personally, then going on the streets and protesting against an abstract idea of Arab Islamists, for example. So that's an example I can give.
Okay, Sarah.
Yeah, so I think I want to address both points. First one was about the focus on social media. So we all are from different fields. When we were discussing this project, we talked each one of us from our perspective. So one perspective was media. Second one, my area is higher education administration. So how we are going to use this concept of radicalization through the lens of higher education, and what is the role of education through in creating these kind of radical discourses, or how to address these issues in the institutions of higher education. Another area was biology and sociology and philosophy. So basically everybody discussed their part. So media is one piece of it, not entirety of the project. Second was the role of social media and regimes and how the governments are using social media. So Facebook example is not, I think, really reflective of the rest of the world. And in many countries, especially if you look at the current situation in India and how social media is really, really controlled and used by the right wing parties there. And also, even if you look at Pakistan, like these examples are very strong examples, like how social media is really, really not only like TV, I would say, or national channels, but other like Facebook groups or WhatsApp groups are used to promote certain kind of conversations. So I think the role of government and state is very different and different than the US in terms of social media.
Okay, thank you. Now we will have Victor, and I suggest that the team answers the questions one person and answer rather than short speech, because we have at least 5 new questions coming up.
First of all, thank you so much. I strongly prefer this radicalization over polarization yesterday. I think that it's much more substantial now. But still, I didn't answer one thing. You all say that you want to overcome this disciplinary myopia, and take this radicalization in a much broader and wider context, produce new theory of radicalization beyond the political science, but all examples that you gave were from political agenda. So all examples that you produced were about right-wing parties controlling media in India, about states, about higher education, and so on. So actually, I'm trying to figure out, are you still talking about political radicalization, or you really want to raise stakes and talk about radicalization in wider context? Then why don't you ask questions, for example, can AI be radicalized? Or for example, in Russia, the source of radicalization is a popularization of science. We have a church of Saint Richard Dawkins, for example. Have you seen the hordes of radicalized scientists with a naturalistic scientific methodology? And so what actually is then radicalization if it's not limited to context of political ideology? Thank you.
Perhaps it's good if I clarify my potential contribution to this project as a biologist. So just after a little literature review, I found a paper entitled Militant Extremist Mindset and the Assessment of Radicalization in the General Population. Okay. And this was published in Journal of Individual Differences in 2018. And there is a sentence which expresses a misconception which has been realized in biology more than half a century, but it is still there in a publication in 2018, and this is not the only example. Now I am reading this sentence from this paper. The presence of high heritability suggests that it will be difficult to modify nastiness. Okay, nastiness. Okay, this is a misconception, and this it's let me made it clear by an analogy. That if you have a diabetes, then you know that diabetes has a quite high heritability, 0.7. Heritability changes between 0 and 1, and if 1, then only the genes are responsible for your character, and if it is 0, then only the environment, okay? So it is a rather high heritability. Still, you can cure diabetes by environmental action. So this is a very general problem which is all over in the literature, not just with extremists, but also with races and problems associated with ethnic groups and racial groups, and problem in criminology. As I see my role in this project, that I can make a critical review and scope of the review depends on what is the others interested in, because you see nastiness can be defined by a set of questions and a score can be given, and then a quantitative genetic analysis can be done, and people do it, and then they give these interpretations which are completely unfounded.
Okay, Michael.
Well, thank you for an interesting second tire to the polarization program. I think radicalization has more and more meat, in a way, to it. I very briefly checked the city of Amsterdam, where I'm grounded, program on de-radicalization, because as your definition suggests, radicalization is often really defined in a political sense, right? It's people wanting to somehow change the government structure. It's not about religious extremism or about, but coming back to that, so the city of Amsterdam, for instance, has developed a program where they are trying to develop early indicators of radicalization, trying to have a network of informants, and develop a whole suite of measures targeting these individuals, trying to develop educational programs, context programs, etc., etc. My question is related to this whole suite. So we are talking about a governmental and political issue, and as far as I've seen in your group, there's not someone really with that specific expertise. So my question is, how are you going to, or my question is twofold, how are you going to complement this? And then also, have you considered maybe developing as an outcome of an interdisciplinary project, not just another set of articles that might be submerged in the diarrhea on publications on this, but a locally usable white paper, policy advice, something more innovative along that line?
Okay, who would like to answer?
I mean, I've seen at least a few questions, and I'm not sure I followed all of them. So I think maybe a few of us can answer. Regarding de-radicalization, yes, there's been so much written and about it. One of the, of course, first issues we would need to do, which is out of scope of PDS, is a solid literature review. I'm interested in a more limited question and more specific question of de-radicalization. I did quite some research on the relationship between identity and radicalization, how certain people prioritize given identities almost ubiquitously. And I'm interested in how there was a study, an interesting study in California on door-to-door canvassing related to gay rights and I think trans rights as well, and how in very short periods of time canvassers were able to establish some sort of I always forget this word, dissonance. It's a complicated word that has many meanings, but some sort of dissonance, meaning a kind of internal conflict of different visions. On the one hand, empathy, on the other hand, so some sort of identity interpretation, and how this can lead to people's change of opinions and behavior. This, of course, immediately relates to other types of possibility. About white paper, maybe someone else, yes?
In the scientific literature, in the journal's policy, there is already some good examples that can be followed. For instance, I think that Nature and Genetics asks if someone would like to publish a heritability value estimated in a human population, they have to give special reasoning that why they did it and why they interpret in that way they do that. So the issue gets a very special attention. And of course, if you show that, okay, the same should be done in criminology because there are the papers which regularly give a false interpretation, either implicitly or explicitly in the paper, then you can convince the editorial boards to refuse such things and so on. So I think that this is this policy advice that on my part I can give. Political science.
One issue that we brought up actually was that, I think, and it was kind of went away in between, that the issue is not very properly addressed in political science, actually. Mostly, you know, like when people talk about radicalization or studies are made, these are, you know, like through think tanks, and they use quite commonsensical understandings, you know, like, I mean, commonsensical concepts about radicals. So when you talk about radicalism, for instance, mostly, in particular, if they're US-based, this is this Hollywood image of, you know, like this jihadi, you know, Middle Eastern, that's Allah Akbar, you know, just ready to do something like that. That comes, you know, like, so this is one of the issues, I mean, we are going to address, for sure. As for expertise, you know, like, definitely we would like to, if we happen to work, you know, here, to drag in political sciences, but in particular myself as well. I say I work on political philosophy as well, quite a lot on the theory of state and related area.
Okay, thank you. Andre?
So I'm a little bit confused, so I hope you will help me, you know, overcome my confusion. So I hear you at the beginning that you said that the gist of your project, what makes it valuable and special, is that you bring together different disciplinary perspectives on radicalism. Usually people are in their silos, and you kind of bring them together, and that's why your research is going to be better than existing research, right? But in what you've been saying since then, it sounds like, well, you have examples from different areas, right? From biology, right, from media, where, you know, certain misconceptions or, you know, stereotypes are played, or education, but I didn't hear anything about different disciplinary visions of radicalism itself, which you plan to bring together. Can you elaborate on that?
Who? Okay, maybe let's start with Sarah.
I think in terms of, if you look at the term radicalization, I think that's the main issue right now here. Like, where did we pick up this term? So where was originally it started? And I think in education or in media, it came from obviously political background, but how do we really have a term in education which defines radicalization, or was an idea? I think, on the contrary, I would say in education literature, we would use the term transformation, maybe, which can help, like, in terms of like how you transform people's behavior or how you change them. But radicalization itself is not an education-based term, you know. So, and education is not in itself a pure medium, pure discipline. So they borrow theories from different areas and then apply. So, but again, how you use it, where is the use of radicalization? Like, obviously, if your institution of higher education are producing people who are so radicalized, and they are becoming more and more conservative in their thoughts, and maybe in a positive way, or if then we talked about these social movements as a part of radicalization. So how these social movements in education or maybe in social media, how you are going to explain these things. So I think this whole thing needs to be really reconsidered in terms of how we are looking at that. Because I think it's overall very difficult to say that this term is used in different disciplines. It's the same term, I think, but it's applied in different areas. And how it is applied is very different.
If you let me add something as an outsider, and please, if I use political and social terms, forgive me, as a biologist, it will be loose, of course. But the main surprise of us, of me and Sarah, for instance, was that to become more radical can be a positive thing. It is not trivial for many people. And as Sarah just listed the many different interpretations of radicalism, we we just enlisted that we are interested in the concept itself, and we can imagine that we can together write a paper about that within this definition of radicalization, which is on the first or second slide, that how this concept can be interpreted and applied and discuss it in a multidisciplinary context, interdisciplinarity context.
Okay, Matvey.
Thank you. Just first some comments. For me, it sounds from the whole discussion, it sounds pretty clear that largely radicalism is more category of practice than the category of analysis. So it's a certain, like, umbrella term, popular umbrella term, which unites a very different phenomena. For instance, when we study radical right, when we have books about radical right, we usually study, like, for instance, parties with racist views. So racist views is the substance, and not the radicalism is the substance. Second thing, so it's often when we talk about radicalization, we talk about something relative, right? It's a relative phenomenon. And it's all fine, but the problem is when we do both, I am afraid, comparative, and multidisciplinary study, the problem is that it's mostly impossible to do, as it's impossible to do comparative study of the better, comparative study of the worse, unless it's very philosophical. And I think that maybe one of the problems here just is that maybe it's a certain oscillation within your team. What you want to study exactly, a phenomenon with some substance or a process? Are you studying evaporating or are you studying steam? Are you studying ice or you're studying freezing? And then how exactly it fits into your case studies. And then in what happens if in some of these case studies you find, for instance, that you have inherited trait of a radical. Then you were studying radicalization as a process, but now it suddenly becomes that radicalization is a state, is a permanent state and not a process, because these traits are inherited, that you can do nothing with them. So I think, but my suggestion is, if I may, it seems that you talk a lot. What you're talking a lot is basically like, sort of studies, and this is what Alexei also suggested, it's sort of a studies of violence, like, how people get violent in different contexts. So maybe you need to narrow it to violence and the process of, like, how people get violent in education context, how media make people violent, how in ethnic context people get violent, like, what are the biological determinants of violence, and so on and so on.
Tons of issues. We cannot answer all of them. I at least cannot answer all of them. Is it a theory of practice analysis? It's both. To answer one of the things you said, racist views are the substance, not radicalization. I don't think so, because if we use the definition that we used, racist views per se do not necessarily push people towards action. So if we use radicalization as a moral compulsion to act and change things, someone can hold racist views in private, never verbalize them, that's still not radicalization as we understood that. We could play with that in what forms it is, in what forms it does legitimize it or not, but there is a big difference between thinking something in your head and actually committing to an action, to doing something. That's why radicalization is the object of study, not racist views. And maybe others can answer the other parts.
Just to the first question that you brought up, and it somehow answers Andrei's question as well, I think, is that, one of the assumptions is that there's a totality actually of conditions that yield radicalization. There's one thing. So it's, of course, it's a process, as well, and because it's a totality of conditions, it by itself requires looking at the matter, from very different angles. And that's why maybe political scientific analysis so far has not been able to properly encompass the phenomenon, as well as conceptualize it properly. And the other thing is that, like one of the things that we address actually is you right away, you kind of, equate actually radicalization with violence. This is one of the things we are trying to challenge. That's why we say there is positive radical and negative radical. Like resisting a racist, I would say, state, apartheid state, is good radicalization, and it should be further radicalized, for instance.
And it's not necessarily black and white, right? Resisting an apartheid state could use tools which then themselves lead to certain radicalization. So I'm thinking of certain liberation struggle movements which used the idea of a nation to unite and kind of say, well, we are all equal, or, well, it took different forms in South Africa, but then to say, well, we shouldn't discriminate amongst ourselves, but then use the same context to say, well, but the Zimbabwean or Nigerian migrants, they shouldn't get any rights and so on. So it can have both at once. It's not just a polar kind of ethical issue.
Right. Do I see correctly that Sarah wants to add something?
Just one very little point. In one of our slides, we very clearly mentioned that we want to study the concept of radicalization, what actually it means as a term, and also a phenomenon, like the process of radicalization. So both. It's not either or.
Okay, thank you. Who else has a question so that we see all the questions? Krishna, okay, that's...
So I raised my hand 30 minutes ago. By the time microphone came to me, all of them asked all the questions that I wanted to ask. But I still have some questions. For me, the whole thing looks like it's very much of political concept. And you don't have any political scientists in the group, I think. And second, what's the expertise Sarah brings to this group? She has any background on radical studies, and not to offend my hostile neighbor, since he was defaming India here, I have to just in a lighter note. Or maybe she's a Pakistani that is naturally giving a space in this group. And third one, to the biologist. She was giving a reference to a journal, which is Journal of Individual Differences. I think, which is, I mean, I don't know if some journal really, visible journal. Yeah, but it's, in natural sciences, if you see the impact factor, which is less than 1, and nobody cares. I can show hundreds of science and nature articles, which is completely ruling out the genetic, influence in such socio-political issues. So yeah, that's my question.
Okay, I think we need to start with Sarah now.
So many things to answer, right? First of all, I need to tell that, of course, I did not try, or I did not mean any defamation of India by any means. When I said the use of social media in radicalizing society, I equally mentioned the example of Pakistan, right? How it happened there as well. So I think you shouldn't feel that. And secondly, my question, what I bring to this group as my expertise. So by training, I am a higher education administration researcher, and I work with higher education institution. My own research is about basically transformation and how transformative learning or transformative experience, you can create transformation in the societies and individuals. So I think that's very directly connected. And third is one of the major part here when we are talking about radicalization is basically you are trying to work on certain movements which are very, I think, on the very strong end to fight some kind of. So one of the purpose of liberal education, at least in the United States, is to create a just and social society and create a social justice in one form or the other. So these movements, if you look at the LGBTQ movement, or if you look at feminist movement, so all these movements have the same purpose, to create those social and just societies. And then how you train those people who can create these movements and can lead these movements very successfully. So like currently in Pakistan, we have this very strong feminist movement going on. So how you start these things, how you train your students. So I think from that perspective, I have my expertise. And of course, if we are developing a research project, I can work through the different methodologies, and I am a qualitative and quantitative well-trained researcher, so I can work in that aspect as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And
in relation to the impact factors, and of course that's a good point that that in high impact in journals which has high impact factor, meaning that has high influence, they try to control not to publish these things. But it doesn't mean that you should ignore the much higher number of papers which are published in low impact factor journals, because they influence not only through the scientific community, but also through by having such opinion and thinking about these traits and these differences between people in not justifiable terms. So few people publish in Nature, and very many publish in lower factor journals.
See? Okay. Do we have any other questions in the room to this team? I don't see any, so we thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you. And now I think we have still 2 big teams and 1 small team, so we can either go with 1 more team before the break or do the break now. Do the break now, right? Okay, let's meet in 30 minutes, so it will be 20 past 5 p.m. Tyumen time, 20 past 3 p.m. Moscow time, 20 past 12 London time.
We believe that the world is complex. It is unpleasant, and it's because it's messy. But the world is messy, and I mean, we all need to grow up. Are you going to turn it into a good, or are you going to turn it into individual good or a collective good? Do you want to adapt to the world, or do you want to change the world? I am biased because I like my definition. I actually realized that this is a form of liberal education. And they said, well, we are doing, liberal education, and it's going to, in a way, soon it's going to be in English. You're going to have foreign professors, and it's going to be unlike everything else. And there were just about 10 people stupid as me to enter this kind of a program. I saw people disagreeing about it. I saw people, having heated debates, but they couldn't quite come to a common definition. Twice to the US, twice backwards, between countries, between apartments. Then suddenly last summer I found myself in Moscow. I started my studies at the University of Warsaw. That was in 2007, when I was in 19, I suppose, or 18, I don't even remember anymore. And that seems like a long time ago, because I have been to many places and I have done very many things during that time. So initially I was studying at something called MISC, which is College of Inter-Faculty Individual Studies in the Humanities. And after some years I actually realized that this is a form of liberal education. You can choose the classes, and instead of attending to one study profile, you can make the curriculum fit what you are currently interested in. And I was changing my interest. Initially, I was trying to become a lawyer. Then I was trying to become a classical philologist. There was a period I was seriously considering becoming a philosopher. But I outgrew all of those stupid ideas about fitting into some of the boxes. I graduated with a degree from sociology. And then, hopefully, I was rescued by the creation of an even stranger idea, which was called Collegium Aetas Liberales, in which I graduated with a diploma in artes liberales. That's my bachelor diploma. It doesn't say anything more. So that was really interesting period between 2007 and 2011-12 when I was studying back there. But I was studying in Polish, and I was, I was on the track to be a decent person in Warsaw, academic circles, I believe. But there was something missing in all of that, and I started understanding what this missing part is about 11-12. Because in 2011, when I was studying in this new college, and they said, "Well, we are doing, liberal education, and it's going to, in a way, soon it's going to be in English, and you're going to have foreign professors, and it's going to be unlike everything else." And there were just about 10 people stupid as me to enter this kind of a program. We were the first cohort. I was studying this, and then there was this conference at which everyone, from Russia, from Poland, from Germany, and the Netherlands and some Americans came to discuss liberal education. I thought, okay, I better attend. I will finally realize what does this liberal education mean. And 3 days later, I was none the wiser. I saw people disagreeing about it. I saw people, having heated debates, but they couldn't quite come to a common definition. And for me, that was new. For me, that was something super surprising, because in the academia that I knew, people were fighting over definitions. They refused to do anything else beyond defining. So that got me into thinking more about actually what liberal education is, and that translated then into when an opportunity came in 2015, I started studying at the University of Winchester, when I got to do a PhD exactly that. What does it mean to offer liberal education outside the US? Specifically in Europe, I mean, what does it all? What is it all about? What do people think when they say it? What do people wanted when they created it? Was the education that I received similar, or was it different from the ones that people in Petersburg received? And it was also called liberal education. Was it different from the one in Utrecht? Was it different than the one in London? I got really curious about that. So over the 4 years of my PhD, I have moved 15 times, twice to the US, twice backwards, between countries, between apartments. And I was basically trying to figure out the answer to this. I have spoken to people who have created those kinds of programs. I have written a PhD out of it. And then suddenly last summer, I found myself in Moscow trying to learn more about the Russian situation, because I figured out quite quickly that you cannot understand Russia living abroad, that you need to speak to people and you need to get their trust. And this is how I first got into contact with SAS. The rest, as they say, is history. Well, I am biased because I like my definition, but it doesn't say it's the right definition. I think that when people speak about liberal education, at least in Europe, but I think it's more general than that, they think about three different things, and they think about all of those three things together. One is ontological complexity or epistemological complexity. We believe that the world is complex. We believe that stuff is difficult, and to understand stuff, you need to look at stuff from different perspectives. And we need to make sure that your education gives justice to this complexity, that it allows you to understand insights from various disciplines, allows you to have a non-trivial conversation with members of more than one discipline, to understand different ways of relating to different types of content. So I think this is one of the very visible differences between what we call liberal education and what it is not. The second one deals with transformative pedagogy. I think a true liberal education takes into account very seriously the fact that when we start studying and when we finish our studies, we are basically becoming a different person. That something very fundamental changes inside this time, and the role of an educational institution is to support this change and to make it, in a way profound. It will, to a certain extent, happen anyway, because we are growing up, we collate experience. The question then is, how do educational institutions actually support it, contribute to this change being more fundamental?
Or at least influence.
Or at least influence in good ways or in bad ways, right? And in a sense, we are not able to assess our education immediately when we have it or immediately after. It took me at least 5-7 years until I understood, oh, this is what I got in education. This is what I got wrong. This is what I shouldn't be doing. This is exactly the moment when I started doing the thing that I believe created the person I am today. So this is the second phase. Then the third one, well, it deals with the translation of intentions into structures. I believe that liberal education is about organizational alternative, that you cannot just believe that, the world is complex and people change, and here are our departments and here are our regular studies, and just let's add some more courses on the fact that the world is complex, and I don't know, perhaps academic advising, and it's all going to be good. I don't think that the current structure of most universities reflects those two other things, and I think that in order to actually deliver liberal education, you have to be able to go beyond the comfort zone, to challenge the assumption that the most efficient organization of knowledge is according to disciplines, to challenge the assumption that students should be tracked through departments or institutes and just go on the beltway and deliver the results that other people hope to get. I think as long as we are making all sorts of compromises because we say, yes, we have all of those great ideas, and we truly believe in them, but we actually are not going to change the things how they operate. I don't think this is how any real change happens. And I think this is the last difference of liberal education, that it deals with this ontological complexity and transformative pedagogy in an alternative organizational environment. It doesn't mean that all of the liberal arts programs are the same. It doesn't mean that there is some, great model to follow. Quite the contrary. It means that you need to adapt those values or those ideas or this kind of hazy vision to what you have in terms of the institution, in terms of the students that you have, the country that you operate, and everything like that. But you need to be very serious about not allowing liberal education to become just whatever anyone wants, or to just be what they do in the US or something like that. It should be something else. I think that, first of all, we should graduate interesting people. Second of all, we should graduate people who believe that their education is not finished. They should still strive for more. They should be ready to learn more. And they should be ready to learn, not just in institutions, right? Learn from life, help other people. I want our students to graduate with a clear sense that there is always something more to learn, and it's valuable to learn new things, but it's also valuable to think about what are you going to actually do with all this knowledge. Are you going to turn it into a good, or are you going to turn it into individual good or a collective good? Do you want to adapt to the world, or do you want to change the world? Do you want to get ahead of others, or do you want to do something that matters? And in most kinds of life situations, we won't have the luxury of having a clear choice. We won't have the luxury of not making compromises. The question is, how do you make those kinds of compromises? How do you understand the perspective of other people? How do you understand limitations? What is the right way of going around in situations that we cannot predict? Because most of the situations that our students are going to face are still completely we cannot even imagine those types of situations. As our parents were unable to imagine what we are doing right now. And that's okay, and that's fine. That's how things should be. The question, so then the value of the education is not immediately clear, a year after graduation or free. It's, some people say that education is what stays after you have forgotten everything that you have learned towards your exams. Some people say that education is some kind of a disposition that you have. But I'm not even sure about that anymore. I think that what matters to me is that our students have reflected on what they got here, and they are ready to act according to the results of this reflection. But I hope that those students are going to act in different ways, that they won't all reflect a single value set, a single way of going around business. And I think that would be immensely good. This is probably the most fundamental challenge of education, how balance the hope that in education we create certain ideal type of somebody, and to leave space for individual differences that are meaningful, that are not just, you know, differences in preferences, but go to the core of who we are. This is probably the most difficult part. Well, the first risk is that it's going to be super difficult to explain to your grandma what exactly are you studying. And this is not a small risk because, you know, grandma is a metaphorical figure. There are going to be always people who doubt what you do and, you know, in hidden or open ways are going to question your life choices. You will have to defend yourself. I mean, there are certain disciplines and career paths that if you do it, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, you're probably not that interesting of a person, but no one bothers to tell you that, you know, actually you are doing something completely wrong. And I think that people who go to liberal education have to be aware of this risk, that this is something that they will need to explain to other people. But to me, this is a good kind of risk, the productive kind of risk, because it just forces you to be more reflective and to be more, you know, aware of what you are doing, and I don't see anything wrong about that. But the second problem or risk that you are going to witness is that many students see their liberal education as a way of losing faith in a number of things they believed before. The problem is that after you lose faith in everything, you are left with nothing. And some of the students are not really ready to commit to anything else after and beyond that, because they see the limitations of every point of view. And then what? Are you becoming a cynical critic? Are you becoming a person who is just, you know, disappointed with everything or knows better than everyone else? Or are you able to you know, stand behind something even if you know that this is not the only possible option and not the only, not the ideal resolution? So in a sense, this is another risk. And the next risk is probably, when I think of that, well, people talking about the value of liberal education are typically people who have a personal stake in claiming that it has a value. They are deans, they are people like me, they are, you know, college presidents, they are a president of liberal arts college. Obviously, they have to say that our college degree has value. But I wonder if this is honest. And it's not because liberal education is worse than any other type of education. It's just about making promises that you are beyond your control. I think we should be very aware about, you know, it is going to be difficult. I don't know if it's going to be more difficult to our students than to other students. Well, we will see. I hope it won't be. But it won't be easy, as it isn't to any of us. And we cannot really claim that we have prepared you for everything, that we have given you the skill set that is going to definitely fit into the framework that, you know, will make you a highly employable person in 2040s. I don't know what that skill set is, and I think that if we read what has been said about the most valuable skills 30 years ago, it's going to be a completely different one than we believe today. So I have very limited, you know, belief in those kinds of predictions, as much as I have in you know, those predictions about 80% of jobs that haven't yet been figured out yet. I mean, there's absolutely no basis for this kind of thinking. Maybe the jobs are going to stay the same. Maybe just people are going to change. Maybe the world is just going to do away with the idea of a job altogether in the next 20, 30 years. I don't know. I want to believe, I want to, you know, I still think that there are so many things that we cannot predict, so many things that are going to surprise me. And as a person working at SAS, I get surprised every day. But, and you know, the question is, did my education prepare me better to be dealing with this kind of high-risk, volatile environment? Well, I kind of think so. I remember this time when I was attending a course in Warsaw, so I was having some kind of an exam in Warsaw in the morning. I was living in Krakow, then I traveled back to Warsaw, which is 300 kilometers away from it, so I was taking a train. to attend another exam in Krakow. So the first one was about biology, and the second one was about ancient Roman poetry or something like that. And then I went home and I was thinking, okay, I kind of made my life quite surprising for a 22-year-old person. But I mean, it was fun, and you remember this kind of thing. So at a certain point, this stress goes down, and you look back at what happened to you, and you think, okay, yes, it's stressful, yes, it's a lot of work, but it's also kind of strangely rewarding. They do and they don't. I think they certainly, experience a lot of things that we didn't, and the quality of life is increasing, right? And you get the access to a lot of things, especially to knowledge, but that we didn't have so easily. But knowledge is scary, and actually knowing more about what the world is getting you more stressed. For me, it was a stress about, are we going to get a job or not, or what's going to happen next month, and this kind of stuff. But when I was growing up, I was growing up before September 11, so I remember very vividly how my perception of, is the world a safe space? Should I be worried or not? Kind of changed around this date, even though I was, living in Poland. So there was something of a breaking the bubble. The more the world got connected and we got connected to knowledge about the connected world, the more we understood how many things are actually out of our control. And that increases anxiety for a good reason, right? They have I think our students are just have a combination of knowing stuff and caring about stuff. And that leads to, suffering that is not pleasant at all, that is probably not very productive. Because it's different when you self-impose some kind of suffering on yourself to achieve some kind of a goal. There is a completely different situation in which you look at the housing market, you look at the larger economy, you look at the geopolitical situation, and you think you cannot do anything about it. You think that you are going to grow up in this. You know that by the time you reach 50, the climate of the world is going to be completely different than the one that we have today. And you don't see a direct, way to avert it. You don't think that what you can do is actually going to change it in any meaningful way. So in this sense, I think we should be quite sympathetic to that. The question is, what are we going to do with it? Are we just going to say, well, it's going to be okay? No, it's not going to be okay. It might be better if we take action, but what is an effective action and what is just, action that makes you feel better but doesn't change anything at all? How do you actually, change those conditions? Can you avert them? Whom do you have to convince? How are you going to do that? Because most of the things that young people today are worried about are the results of humans. They are not the external catastrophe of a meteor hitting the Earth. They are about humans making the world a worse place than it could be. And perhaps we are just seeing the same what we always see in history, that when the actual opportunities increase, the gap, the appetite for having more increase as well, because you see how much is possible and you think, okay, how about this one? Why cannot we have this one as well? If these things that were difficult to our parents are actually quite easy, why cannot we go further? And I think the underlying ambition beyond that is not necessarily bad. The question is, to what extent we as educational institutions are just informing them, are we guiding them, are we creating productive environment in which they kind of work, and is it really our job? Maybe it is their job. Maybe ultimately what matters is how you deal with other people. That's a good question. Well, we need to be aware that maybe we are part of the problem. Maybe, we are I'm part of the institution. And I see the point why many people would believe, actually I'm an anarchist, I don't believe in institutions at all. And I mean, some people can say that. Some people can say institutions have to be, tightly coupled because only then they deliver actual results. And I think if we can create a space in which we can actually have this kind of a conversation among each other, an honest conversation between people who trust each other enough to share what they think and to start convincing each other, then we go beyond, just our opinions, and then we are into something that actually matters. We do have different disciplines, we have different cultures, we have different legal systems that we have to, somehow negotiate. We have also different generations, and it's not just professors and students. Professors themselves at SAS come from different generations. I think our oldest professor is almost 60, the youngest one is, 27 or something. So we have all sorts of those people whose trajectories brought all of them at some point to Siberia, to Western Asia, right? And here we are, and we need to find a way to work together to the extent that this is possible. And this is a challenge for every educational institution, but especially for one that is, honestly trying to actually embrace diversity, to embrace, the diversity of viewpoints and temperament. I think it is good when it is not a token diversity, when people actually have a platform in which they can share their opinions. When it's not about, okay, let's bring, enough women and enough men to the picture so that we make sure that we are seen as somebody, as an institution that we actually are not. But when we say, well, let's actually think about it seriously, and it is diversity in certain demographic and political terms, certainly, but it's also diversity of many hidden variables that we don't take into account too much. That some people are introverts, some people are extroverts. How are you going to assess class participation? Are you going to prioritize one over the others? Can you assess both of them fairly if we are going around this? Some people have, higher level of their English, and it's good, and we need more people like this. But is it necessarily the fault of our first-year student who just came here that their English is not as good as perhaps some other friends in the? Should we punish a student like that just because their English is objectively, lower? It is unpleasant, and it's because it's messy. But the world is messy, and I mean, we all need to grow up as an institution to make sure that we get heated debates, we get all kinds of exchanges between people, but then at the end of the day, we are all here because we want to do something, and if we didn't want to do something meaningful, I don't think we would be in education at all. There are nicer places to be, honestly, than. At a certain point, we are going to have to make a decision whether we are happy with the world as it continues to develop and is likely to develop, or are we trying to contribute to changing the trajectory that is already on it. And it doesn't have to be the whole world. It might be just just your building, just your area. It doesn't have to be always on the top scale. It's not about this. It's not about politics necessarily with the capital P, but it's about actually how do you go around with your business? How do you I mean, can you manage a situation in which you are going to have to collaborate with people whom you probably not necessarily have a common language with? Because when we speak about preparing people for the real world, this is what's going to happen. Most of our students are going to have to work with people whom they probably do not value that much, right? This is part of being an adult. Okay, how do you become a professional that understands the limits of a certain social situation but can deal with it anyway? Our students have those group work sessions, right? In the group work session, you're going to have a student who is very bright, but cannot really talk to other people. You have a student who have another problem, that, for example, always has something to say and dominates every discussion without even noticing that they dominate the discussion and without having actually much to contribute. You have a student who is lazy and who sees that because there are already other students who are taking over the job, they don't have to work that hard, and you probably have another student who is trying to keep everyone happy and keep, lower the tension between people and make sure that the atmosphere is roughly pleasant. How is that different from a workplace environment? Well, I don't see that much of a difference, and we can afford it. Of course, the proof is going to be in the pudding, right? Then ultimately, our students will go somewhere for their internship or for work after that, and they will have to see what it means and whether that works for them or not. But I believe we can, as an institution, design situations that have educational value and that reflect the conditions in which our students are going to be. Because I think that the difference between good education and the real world is actually decreasing. I think the real world is becoming more and more like a good education, and this is how we spot bad education, when it prepares you for the world that is no longer. When you see that okay, someone trained you as a professional, knowing a lot about very little and very little about everything else, and then it turns out that this is not enough for you to succeed. This is not enough for you to understand when is the time to leave the job that you are in and go to do another one. When is the time to say that actually I won't be able to look myself in the mirror if I continue in this situation. I have to go away. I think that our students are facing various challenges and various dilemmas every day, and part of this is intentional. Part of that is just what happens when you put interesting people together in the one building. They are going to fight, and in a sense, that's good.
Okay, I suggest that we start because we still have 3 teams to go to. Colleagues? Okay, so welcome everyone. Now we will have a team that focuses on small-scale artificial intelligence for democracy. In the team there is Heda, Dmitry, and Rita, as well as Sean and Alan, who are online participants. So please go ahead.
Now? Yeah. So we want to look into AI here, so the second AI project. And the background is large-scale AI. And in large-scale AI, we have, so that's what we are not going to do, but what is currently ubiquitous. In large-scale AI, we have a high operating cost, which requires a constant influx of revenue, which means we need a funding model that can produce such. The attention economy is one, state funding another. The attention economy has many negative ramifications regarding sovereignty, freedom of speech, privacy, and other human rights. We've heard about that a bit before. So what is our contribution? We want to develop a socio-technical alternative. We want to develop small-scale AI, so that's a personal AI that you yourself own. It's not on a server somewhere remote. We have a unique, novel AI technology just in our group, and we would make the bold statement we can go towards small-scale general AI. And this architecture is cognitively motivated. Our ideal is it is human-like. This allows us to approach the whole AI problem with a very different angle. So our legal framework would be a very different one. And it has political and economic implications. And we also want to look into other perspectives, into literary perspectives in the conception of AI, where we can see the whole phenomenon complex from as a varied angle as possible. So what has been done so far? So there is a dialogue from the legal side, a realization that certain, so for instance, speech regulation takes place with companies like Google and Facebook doing something like censoring and being the gatekeepers to what people can say, and it illustrates the perils of large-scale AI. We want to focus on one particular area, and that's driverless cars, a little bit more general, autonomous robots. And we will ask, and we've heard about it before, we need new regulations and so on, and we will ask, do we really need a new regulatory regime? All this takes place at the intersection of interests of big tech, car makers, and law enforcement, so it's a very interesting complex. Our proposal is we don't want to have new regulation. We don't want to adapt the regulation to technology. We want technology that is in line with regulation. So from a socio-technical perspective, we can look at the deeper level of moral and legal responsibility, the underlying ideas we have. Traditionally, all this is tied to human agency, so to the idea of how humans make decisions. Now, if we have AI systems, they are making decisions in that sense that they have a set of alternatives. They analyze their environments. One of the alternatives is chosen, so in that sense they make decisions. If we have such systems and they make decisions, that will have ramifications if people live with that kind of scenario. So things will change, so we look at that. So why has this not been done before? The interface between reasoning and learning has been an obstacle, or perception, this may be better, has been an obstacle for AI, especially general AI, since the 1980s at least. In a recent result, one of us developed a small-scale general AI that suggests a lot more is possible than we thought. So previous small-scale AI was always specialized. This one is not. Big data AI has the advantage through machine learning to achieve enormous progress, but it relies on centralized architecture and this funding model. So why has it not been done before? Because there is economic pressure to do one particular type of technology. So past results from this group is in the area of semantics. The activation bit vector machine is a cognitive architecture developed from the ground up. Application domain originally is spatial reasoning, but in a wide sense, so as far as possible, generalizable. And I can go into the detail, but that's a lot. That's not only time, that's taxonomy and so on. Let's look at a concrete example. There are three ways in which we can read or hear a sentence. If we read the sentence, Schwerin is north of Berlin, we can just read the characters S, C, H, W, and so on. There is no understanding at all. We can read it associatively, so we maybe have a record that Berlin is the capital of Germany, but what is Schwerin? Maybe a city too, so we can make that kind of inference. North Pole, maybe we think it's cold. That's associative reasoning. That's very fast. Machine learning is good in that area. And we can take one more step, and that's the the semantical step. So if you just think of it for a minute, for a second actually. So Schwerin is north of Berlin. Maybe you drew a map in your mind. In that map, you have probably Berlin in a blob, that's Germany, and then Schwerin a little bit north of it, not in the sea, but somewhere around there. So we create a mental map that actually has a resemblance to actual maps. So we can ask people to draw their mental maps, and they resemble actual maps. That's the semantic layer. So biologically, there is a measurable delay, and it's considerable cognitive effort to reach that level. Now here is how the system actually works, because it's a little bit hard to believe. If you have the sentence A is north of B and B is north of C, it doesn't take much to go from that statement to this little formula. I will skip that step. It's non-trivial, but I will skip it. It's not too far away from the linguistics, what linguistics would tell us. Now, if we have that sentence, it's a logical sentence, standard propositional logic semantics. Then this formula phi, yeah, that's the the singular row there. That gives us the propositional logic semantics, so mathematical semantics for that sentence. And if we use this, those additional formula A and N, if you look at that formula there and the truth table below, is there a pointer? No. Maybe I can gesture. If you look at this area, this is the area this formula masks. Yeah? So A is the object A, N is the relation N. This is the mask, and we apply that to this formula phi, we get just this lower part. If we do that with B and N, we just get this one. This one is 0, so it falls out. And if we now go and just count the number of ones, so we just take the sum, and we get the sum 3 for A and north and phi, 2 for B and north and phi, and 1 for C and north and phi, which is probably the coordinates that you had in mind when you thought about A is north of B and B is north of C. So this is completely domain-independent, ontology-free system. So it allows us to do general intelligence. I'm sorry for the deep theory there. Now, if you do that, how does that scale? Is this just fluke? Here is a very complex scenario. I won't ask you to picture this, I can't. But we can draw what comes out of this, and this is the map the system generates, and you can compare it to a natural map. So you have a kind of image semantics for natural language, complex natural language statement. So this is our unique technology. Sorry for the long digression, but this is what we have and what we will build on. This is the architecture here that we want to implement. A portion of this is implemented to generate that image, for instance. And what we want to have is this upper layer and of full reasoning and of learning. So our criteria of success, we want to have a cognitive architecture, like the graphic shows. We will have a criterion of legal optimality, not a single citizen human right to be weakened to incorporate A into everyday life. And we want to study dystopian or utopian visions of AI. I'm very interested in that, and Alan was also very interested in that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, can we connect to Sean and Alan so that they can also be part of the conversation? And who has questions? Okay, let's start with Makhil, Dara, and Krishna, and then.
Well, thanks for a presentation, and I think it is intriguing. I'm not yet very clear, but maybe the others can help me here, or your other team members can help me here. For instance, you mentioned in the last sentence about the utopian and dystopian views, so I can imagine that there's something to learn from those views and how to feed back that into either the architecture, the interface, the kind of application. So I guess that's where the interdisciplinarity would really get visible, yet we didn't see any of that. So I'm really curious to learn more about that, because then we can see whether the promise of the small-scale AI really does hold up. So maybe someone can clarify.
Yeah, okay, hi. Thank you, that's a great question. So, you know, just sort of providing like a big picture of what we're trying to do is, there is this, I guess, status quo, the current use of AI, the direction of AI right now is sort of large-scale, centralized, and what Hedda is proposing in her research is a technical innovation that will allow us to implement small-scale AI. And what Dimitri and I are going to be doing is, I suppose, providing the justification for that, looking at things like moral responsibility, you know, the difference between strict liability, and you know, policy, and so on and so forth. And what Hedda is hoping for is that with the small-scale AI, we will not have to make legal or policy changes to existing legislation on, you know, law and responsibility and liability. So I guess where Dimitri and I would jump in the project is in terms of providing some kind of conceptual, you know, legal and social framework that would justify the technical innovations.
Right. So a very quick question about that. The assumption or the hope not to that there are no new legislation necessary. One of the issues with autonomous vehicles is, for instance, the question: who is responsible? Is it Tesla for providing the system with a particular system? Is it the software company behind it, or is it a driver that maybe has over time given the car bad experience, so to say? So don't you think that there is new legislation needed?
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's legislation that is kind of eroding the idea of moral responsibility. So, yeah, I mean, the question is always, well, who is responsible? And oftentimes, like Tesla or a large company will say, well, you know, we can't be responsible because we didn't cause, we're not the causal agent for that particular, you know, accident or event. And you know, that begins to erode and to desensitize us to the very idea of moral responsibility for these kinds of events. And, you know, I think when we say we want to keep legislation the same, we want to preserve the idea of moral responsibility and not to kind of buckle to the pressures of large companies who do want to change legislation to, you know, make it easier for them to get away with these things.
Yeah, one more note from a technical perspective. So we, in having this human-like attribute, we would at least have a criterion to distinguish, okay, the mistake that was made by the machine, was it a human-like mistake, or was it a kind of artificial mistake? Yeah, like the person who was cut in half by a car. Yeah, these kind of things. If we get used to those, I think this will change humanity. On the other hand, if we then say, okay, the company that produces it has to say those are human-like AIs, then they can, that can be a criterion to say, okay, in this case the company is responsible. In this case, because the human-like AI is interacting a lot with the driver of the car who owns it, the driver is responsible. Like, so.
Yeah.
That's where I hand over.
Yeah, just to give a practical example. So, for example, we have drivers who learn to drive, and they are also not liable for whatever they commit. It is their instructor who has the liability. However, we don't have driving schools who would rewrite traffic rules to accommodate for this fact. No, it just reflected in the rules. That is the instructor who is liable. So in a way, we can just, rather than write a new set of rules each time we have a new technological innovation, we can just look for hidden reserves in the current regulation. And by doing so, we can actually reinforce the rule of law rather than to make it weaker.
Okay. Dara.
So maybe this question is a bit premature at this stage, but still I think it's already kind of in the audience. How will you manage your disciplinary contributions? And also your disciplinary map would also be kind of useful. The question arises because of what Rita, I think, said about jumping in. So is it the project that has a certain agenda and then other representatives of other disciplines jump in? Or is it the sort of a project where specific disciplines are absolutely necessary for it to be successful?
Yeah, should I? Go ahead. So if I make this a purely technical project, that would just be covering half of it, and having the support of experts with a social, political, and a legal background is really important. So the idea that, for instance, what happened with location-aware systems, which are eroding privacy laws or have eroded privacy laws, privacy a human right, that is something, if it happens with AI, it will have even larger ramifications. And I think this absolutely needs an interdisciplinary project. I actually also we could ask Aaron to say a word about the literary point of view, I think.
Alan?
Hello there, thank you. Yes, so it was exciting for me to hear when we first got in the room to talk about this, that the other members, the members you see in front of you, started framing the idea according to Big Brother, okay, which is obviously a popular, iconic phrase in popular culture these days. But the term comes from a character in the novel 1984 by George Orwell. And Big Brother is a dictator. We don't know if he's a real person or a machine or just a metaphor for society. It seems most people are interpreting Big Brother as a metaphor for a mixture of Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler, a dictator of a totalitarian state, which gives us some local context because Tyumen is in a totalitarian state, also was in a totalitarian state. Okay, but nowadays, of course, it's a popular popular cultural reference to lots of surveillance, infotech, and an all-seeing, all-controlling type of infotech which we are all part of, we're all devoting our time to, we are all watched by all the time. And it was proposed by the members in front of you that I can use the themes that George Orwell wrote about to apply to the way the infotech industry is operating today in the big centralized way. And that will take me a year or 2 or 3 working with Heather and working with the others to write this literary analysis, and at the same time bring out the sorts of social structures that we want to get rid of, or the socio-technical structures we want to get rid of, or to at least attack and undermine, and the sort of socio-technical structures that our new localized, democratized AI aims to be.
Thank you. Sean, do you have something to add?
I think it's interesting and it's good that we already have AI prepared, small scale, and then to compare with the so-called, they describe Big Brother. From my perspective, I think from psychological perspective, which one's actually better, I think we can't assume. So that could be tested as an interdisciplinary perspective, as well as something like law. You know, here's the thing, law seems very solid because it's the constitution, it's written out. But how we apply also it depends of the society and how people interpret at the end. So there will be something interesting to see as a psychologist, how people perceive and actually make a decision about that. Yes.
Thank you. Now Krishna and Alexei.
Sorry for being naive. What is the precise relationship of the word democracy to this project? And this won't work in autocratic states? Your AI would not work in autocratic states? I don't understand the relationship of this to the word democracy.
Okay, sorry, just can you run the question past me again?
What's the precise relationship of this project, this AI project, to democracy?
Okay. Well, I guess like there is this prevalence in AI at the time, right now, for sort of large centralized use of AI systems. So just think about the internet. I mean, it's well, no, I mean, that would be, you know, something that's very decentralized. But when you think about the internet in a country maybe like China, where you have controls over the use of the technology, or something like Google or Facebook, it's a very centralized, large AI system. And the kind of system that Hedda is proposing is small scale. I mean, it sort of is inherently something that can't be centralized. It doesn't have one particular owner. It's more of a network system. So what it does is it decentralizes the technology in a way that makes it more democratic. I mean, you know, individual people can access it. They can make individual decisions about whether or not they want to use a particular AI technology. They have choices. They have more choices, and it's more about, you know, you can think of it maybe, you know, maybe more of a free market approach to developing and distributing the technology. And so, I mean, you know, democracy in the sense of, you know, not necessarily in terms of values. So it's not democracy in terms of being something that's just for everybody, but just democratic in the sense that it's public and it's you know, it's accessible and available to everyone. So that's the sense in which we're using the term democracy.
Okay, Alex, Hedda?
Can I add a technical aspect? So this would be a system that you own personally, and if you tell it to do X or Y, then it will adopt to your values. While if you have current proposals, for instance, in explainable AI is for instance to have one value system that is assigned by society, and that, yeah, parliamentary democracy or whatever, but you have one value system. So each car, if old people, elderly people, for instance, are assigned a lesser value than children, then your car will act in that manner, while you may have a very different idea about how it should make its choices.
Okay, thank you. Alexei?
I just wanted to add a few words, if I may. So it is actually very exciting that we have a sort of technological idea in the same mold as James Madison had for a constitution. So if Madison argued for political power to be distributed between small groups so that nobody would have like a complete sway over power, here we have similar thing with AI, and it can have likewise revolutionary effect in this arena.
Okay, thank you.
So I have two questions, as usual. Question number one. I think this is not cost effective, so here is a challenge for you. I can today take two students, tell them to learn TensorFlow, it takes 1 day, give them $50,000 to rent server time, and they will do a GPT-2 equivalent system. This is what happened as a student project. So if I want to do an NLP project, I don't need to pay you a salary. That costs more than $50,000. I can do it with students, and they will they will use existing libraries, and they will do a beautiful NLP project. Why do we need to have this rule-based system when we can have a different approach, which will be much more cost-effective to that? So that is question number one.
Yeah, so I didn't go into all the details of this. This would have been too long. So I stopped at truth tables, but the actual implementation is...
it's a vector machine, right now? What are you doing there?
It's in the area of so it's vector symbolic architecture.
To support a vector machine, what you're doing there?
No.
No? It's not a supervised machine. It's just a rule-based system, a rule-based expert system without learning?
No, I've introduced the how it works and how it can have a notion of semantics.
Sure, we've seen this 50 years ago, but what is Yeah, I'm saying.
No. What's new here is I'm doing that with model counting. There is no knowledge. There is no background knowledge. It's not a constraint solver.
Sure. So, okay, you have your idea. I'm saying, instead of doing this, we can have two students who will write something in TensorFlow. They will use existing libraries of GPT-2 style, right? So they will do unsupervised learning over language with, with a transformer model. And there will be no problem. It'll cost us nothing. We will get the same NLP product at the end of the day. We'll get a natural language processing product for a fraction of this cost, and we don't need all this.
Why? I mean, do you know how much that cost?
This costs at least your salary. I'll pay less.
Yeah, once. It costs it once because it's a general system. So I develop it once.
Yeah,
and
so the cost effectiveness
anyway,
is a question.
Let me add one more on cost effectiveness. The query may seem to disappear into the cloud, but actually if I remember the data correctly, the data center industry has, in terms of CO2 footprint, outrun the aviation industry. We can't say this is for free. And we have the attention economy, which is required to keep up this, this whole infrastructure at all times. With my system, you pay me once for those 3 years, and there it is, and that's a lot cheaper than. Anyway.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I had a second question, which was
a
different one, not about cost effectiveness. Yeah, so the second question was mostly to Dmitry, but of course everybody is welcome. It's somebody who works in law and all the aspects around law, so you've probably thought about problems of failures in your project. So you are developing a product, and this product may fail in different ways. What is your thinking in terms of responsibility, in terms of how you will be managing potential failures, potential drawbacks in this project? Sounds like something that you would professionally be thinking about.
Well, failure is always an option. So we always have to consider it. But on the other hand, even if this project were to fail, the costs of failure can be higher, because actually what we are doing, especially with this case study on autonomous vehicles, that we could influence the discussion that is already ongoing, and it is ongoing among administrators, it is ongoing with legislators, because just 2 weeks ago the Russian government adopted a directive which allowed testing autonomous vehicles in 11 regions, including Khanty-Mansiysk and Yamalo-Nenetsk areas, which are not that far from here. So even if our project were to fail, but it would influence the conversation, it will be already a positive impact, because right now the conversation is all going in one direction. Speaking of legal field, even then the courts consider that internet companies have overstepped their bounds. They end up empowering them, because, for example, consider the case of Google Spain in the European Court of Justice. So there should be right to be forgotten, but who should administrate it? Google. So now we have a huge team of lawyers in Google essentially working as an administrative court. Same story with the case of Delphi at the European Court of Human Rights. So the court decides that hate speech is a problem, but who should tackle hate speech? Internet companies. So in a sense, the court gives them the same censor powers against which Professor Bolkin warned. So even if our project is wrong, even if it ends in failure, if it makes one administrator or a judge or a legislator think again, then it's not a total failure.
Right, and the concept of human-like AI, that is something that whether I succeed or not, Dimitri can defend independently of that.
Okay, Makiel and Andrei.
Thank you. I have a question, maybe particularly for Tyumen. So in interdisciplinary projects, we expect that participants or team members have a kind of an adequacy in each other's discipline. So you don't need to be a cognitive scientist when you're programming, but you need to know somewhat about cognitive science that is relevant for the system, and vice versa. Now, from your perspective as a cognitive scientist, psychologist, we are talking about autonomous vehicles and spatial location. Now, we know from cognitive science that there are, in a way, two different systems, absolute location and relative location. So people change between, some people are always knowing where north, west, east, etc. is, and others only know, well, I'm here in Schwerin and it seems to be north of Berlin. So I'm wondering if you have any clue now whether psychological insights in how humans are actually moving around and orientating themselves, whether that can feed into the cognitive architecture that seems to be the central point of this project. Will you be able to contribute from your perspective to the process of this AI system?
So I'm supporting this project. However, please remember, as the online participants, we don't really have access to prior information before we actually joined this morning. So it was a nice surprise, but at the same time, I agree what they do, but I think they're much to be tested for psychologically and cognitively. So human, I think, will be, I think, although you said that some people have a better sense of direction, but still, I think relatively they're always going to be subjective. They will speak from their experience. They will be biased. And if you think that you know all, that's instead of knowing more, actually, they will create bigger problem. So in this situation, I think I think it needs to be tested. It can go both ways, to be honest, because if a machine can act like human, I think if they only act like human, that can be a problem. We want sometimes definitive answer from machine, right? But and then depending on use, what kind of use we want to get out of this small scale AI. So for something like some communication value or some preference, I think this is absolutely great. But if you want some of the data pinpoint, I think we do have to have a big data set. So that's where we are in this field at this point. I hope I understood your question correctly. And if I didn't address everything you asked me, I will address further. Thank you.
Well, I think you told something about the process. So I think that's a future endeavor, right? To have this interaction between AI development and psychology.
Yeah.
Then. Yeah.
Okay, Andrei.
Well, I have so many questions because I don't understand what they're going to do. Like you're going to do, guys. I mean, okay, first, but I am not an expert in AI, right? So maybe it's just because of that. Everybody understands it, but I don't because I'm not an expert. But maybe it will help me. So first of all, half of the talk was about autonomous vehicles. Is it small-scale AI?
It depends on the architecture that
Okay, so there are different types of architecture, and the one that you are developing is different from the dominant one, which is large scale, and it can also be used in autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, that's how they learn. For instance, at the moment, there is a camera included in the Tesla vehicles, so they can analyze and use it to make better systems. Yeah.
So the result of your work is going to be you're going to ruin Tesla and everybody else because they're doing it their own way, and you will make a better self-driving cars.
I think our model allows a more distributed market to serve the needs. So there can be many competitors, companies that produce this AI component, and one can choose among them, like one can choose among auto radio companies.
Okay, all right. So and this is the project you've been doing for some time, right? Already back in Germany and elsewhere, right? So this is your project, which you've moved in this direction yourself, right? So this is okay. I understand that. I mean, I don't understand it because I'm not an expert, but I have some idea. Now, then lots of you talked about the problems with the regulations concerning autonomous vehicles. That applies to existing architecture, not to the new architecture which you are planning to develop.
It's so, for instance, we don't need network access, or.
But so far they have network, right? And when your colleagues talk about that, well, we are going to propose a different type of regulations, or we are going to propose. So does it apply to the existing one, or is it both?
Our goal is to not have new regulations.
Oh, because this new model that you develop can fit the current regulations.
Yes, that's our goal. Crisp, hard goal.
All right. Okay. So now I understand better. Well, and my final question is about the kind of the disciplinary composition of this team. All right. So I think it works best when each discipline has a question it cannot answer without the help of the other discipline, and then they both meet and each answers each other's questions. So I more or less understand why you need these guys, why you need maybe someone who does law, legal studies, or someone who does even philosophy. For this particular project. But my question is to the rest of the team. Is there anything about your own disciplinary research which can be furthered by this project? Is this project going to help us understand, I don't know, psychology better, or philosophy better, or legal stuff better? Or are you just auxiliaries, your kind of hired hands in this project who are going to comment on what Heyday is doing?
Excuse me. For myself, I can say that I need his project in order to develop a big brotherless society. Without her, cannot do it. So that's my answer to that. And literary studies need to help us put that into effect in the real world.
Do I need to answer?
Yes, please.
Oh, about okay. I think it needs to be asked what's better actually, because we don't know which one works better for human yet. And again, human will change over time. That's this might be better, but the other one might be okay too, to be honest. But I asked some questions because I ask a lot of questions usually. Why this is better, but because it won't be contaminated by other people's information. But it does actually, to my knowledge, it will limit people's view in that case possibly. Without network, so that concerns me. So that can be tested actually psychologically too. and so see, which, even computational model can be stimulated based on this, like which one actually people like people who, also my concern also is people who have a prior, depending on trait. So this is going to be personal AI, and then depending on prior personality, how people will interact with this kind of AI. I just had a, because we are limited discussion, after or in between these sessions, I talked to Alan about this personally, and I told him, well, I'm not quite sure because is a Big Brother really bad thing? I know it sounds so bad. I do see downside of Big Brother, of course, but also because earlier today I talked about healthcare system. So healthcare, as a Korean, we have universal healthcare, and some countries reinforce the choice of having choice to have healthcare. I think that should be respected. If that's, but at the same time, to me, healthcare is basic human life. So that value changes and varies across cultures and society. And we can't just say it's culture. I mean, what does it mean by that, right? So I do see this is very interesting topic, and it can be. But yes, I think we need to stay open to others' opinion and be able to answer questions and try to clarify. Like you, I'm not 100% sure about entire mathematics. I know some things because I worked on programming little bit, so I know some idea. But I think this can be some potential project can that can be developed further.
Okay, thank you.
About moving my research project, I certainly see this project as moving my research forward because I've already have a certain experience from, well, a bit different, but slightly similar. So I've published an article on using statistical tools as evidence in court proceedings. And I felt that writing this kind of article on my own without really interdisciplinary perspective in statistics, well, I get my article published, but I remain kind of isolated because lawyers don't really get it. And for statistics people, it's a bit naive. Only with this kind of interdisciplinary input, we can actually have simultaneous conversations in two fields, and that means kind of larger impact.
I would say that one of the things about doing research in philosophy is that oftentimes you don't have a concrete case. And it just will be very interesting to explore how research on something very specific, a specific technology, would actually maybe inform the reasoning process and the type of research that would be the outcome. So it's sort of a meta interest. I guess it would be sort of an interesting examination of just how philosophy works, and doing it in this interdisciplinary environment will certainly inform the research. Yeah.
Okay, let's collect any remaining questions. Are there any other questions that you would like to ask? No? Okay, so I think we thank this team. Thank you very much. And now we invite team number 4, creating Tyumen model, climate crisis, crisis of trust, and actionable science.
Are those fresh?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This will be a very short talk. It will be a short talk with sound. It should be right. And now? Thank you. With sound and image. This is a new team with a collective experience of about 108 years. We formed this morning, and very quickly we found out what to do in order to have something that you would find interesting and perhaps provocative as well. So this is a Tyumen team. We are the only ones to represent Tyumen this afternoon. What we have decided to propose as a common topic of reflection is the creation of what we have called the Tyumen model. We have the Chicago School, who will have the Tyumen model as a counterpart for what we may do in the coming years. Albert is right here. This is Igor and myself. Speaking about alternative scenarios. Jeez. Okay. The battery is not green. Thank you. I guess the battery is low. So speaking about alternative scenarios for a desirable future as an alternative scenarios for an unpredictable world as alternative scenarios to what we have today, which is only too predictable. Assuming that we are at SAS on September 1st, we'll try to go beyond the planetary boundaries of the late 20th century, linear models, projections of development. And we assume that the management team of this school will be ready to collaborate with us as we elaborate these alternatives for an unpredictable world, assuming as well that this unpredictability is something we want to embrace and enjoy and even cherish. The issue, of course, is how do we want to proceed? And here I propose that we go back in time to what Tyumen has always offered us with its Baroque churches and monasteries. I propose that we tap the resources of the Baroque age in Germany, but also in Russia, or in Brazil, or in Macau, it doesn't matter, in order to see how these resources can help us engage a world in crisis. The Baroque was a world in crisis 400 years ago. Crisis in the Netherlands, crisis in Germany, of course. And out of these resources, a few things resulted. Not only churches, but also rhetoric, but also pedagogy, but also techniques for the adoration of images of the Holy Virgin Mary. And we're going to use these techniques, this language, these rhetorics, these concepts again, as we try to find new remedies to confront the crisis of this century and leave behind what we have discussed until a few minutes ago, which is the science of the 20th century. This is our organization, which has been updated several times. You can see money everywhere. But this, of course, this is not, fundraising is not our purpose in life. 3 working groups, plus a 4th working group for the management of the first 3 working groups, only 2 disciplines. Higher education systems, education leadership, and then 2 facets of the same coin, the climate change coin, as told by geographers, physicists. Igor will focus on the physics of climate change, and I would focus on the response to climate change, including in the scientific community. I don't have the time to go beyond this very simple chart at this point. We can discuss it later on. What are the different actors who is in the audience, the stakeholders, the actions we are going to take. I will rather discuss something that we are not. This is not an umbrella project. For many reasons. One of them is that we are going to develop a new concept, a core concept, the global Baroque. I discussed this concept with colleagues in Munich before flying to Tyumen. And the response was one of indignation. You cannot have Baroque outside Germany, Italy, and Portugal, maybe. There is no Baroque in Siberia, there is no Baroque in Latin America, there is no Baroque in China. And I think it is about time to decolonize these concepts and to mobilize the resources that are behind the global Baroque in order to promote profound changes in our educational system, in order to develop and mobilize new sources of knowledge on the current crisis, in order to mobilize the resources we need to articulate a forceful and meaningful response to our crisis, plural form. We are philosophers, so I had to quote Nietzsche, and I had to quote Eugenio Dors, the philosopher of the universal Baroque. And of course, I'm ready to take questions about what he may have said about Tyumen and the Tyumen model. Transdisciplinarity is in our genes. For the three of us, we have had a very diverse career, and we would not be who we are today without experience, personal experience with transdisciplinary project. What is transdisciplinary about this project is, of course, the ways in which we marry disciplines, not only climate change and climatology and education leadership, but also what comes with the Baroque, this liberation of emotions, this engagement, personal engagement with nature, this rejection of all rationality. Moving beyond rationality, authority, order, progress, we will build here in Tyumen, here in this school, the foundations of the unmediated relationship between object and subject that the Baroque espouses. And conversely, we will leave behind the constrained disciplines and fragmentation inherited from the 20th century. What is surprising about this project? First, we speak about Tyumen. I think we are the only ones to do that. We speak about the local resources we have here. We speak about public memory. We speak about deep history associated with Siberia. And then, of course, we argue that there is continuity indeed between the 17th century and today. That, in fact, there is the gap we see today is between academia and the greater public, between society and scientists, and that this gap has resulted in a lot of despise and hatred for who we are as academics. And speaking about reconciliation, we will gather all these contributions, and I have, on purpose, added to this list art historians. Together, our work packages, I've spoken about 4 work packages to begin with, examine the visions of nature that the global Baroque is entertaining today, and propose new models in science production in full alignment with society's demands and expectations. This is what we are going to do, performing miracles. And that too, we are the only ones to have proposed miracles for the last 2 days. Immediacy, emotion, sensuousness that have exemplified the Baroque will be used again for this new model. We will build a model for the Lazarus effect, the resurrection effect, and on what may come after the imminent collapses of the global economy and ecological system. This collapse has already begun. Just look at what is happening to the airlines industry. Our Tyumen model will aestheticize and represent the deep transformations of our times. What do we need to learn? And here we have a very long list, as you would suppose, what we need to just delete and forget. Beginning with the unlearning of scientific orthodoxy practices, like peer review system, and the unlearning of consensus, the search for consensus in modern science. So we need to unlearn doomsday tales and remember that we are the survivors and even beneficiaries of previous collapses, and Russia is a country rich in collapses, so we are very lucky to be here. As for, and that's about it. Thank you for your attention, and now we can move.
Thank you.
To
Thank you. Question, Alexei.
I understand you didn't have time to walk around Tyumen a lot. Of course, you've been working. But if you had walked around, you would have seen some Baroque churches.
Yes.
There is a Wikipedia article I just checked.
Yeah.
Siberian Baroque.
Yes,
Did you
that's
see
right.
that? So yes, Baroque does exist outside the Western European world. That's a point of information. Now, the concept of Baroque world, of the 18th century world, you were referring to the 17th century, but that's a different matter. But the idea of Baroque is an idea of appreciation for complexity, tension.
Yes.
Something like, you know, going emotional very often to the extreme of expression.
Yes.
When I look at your work packages in your project,
Yes.
let's look at the higher education system. Well, introducing more complexity in the subjects that are being taught in higher education system, I thought we've been out of this trend for about 40 years. We're talking about making things easier, you know, moving things out of curricula, making them easier. So that's not quite about complexity. When we look at the scientific models that Igor, you're talking about, well, these are definitely very rational approaches to scientific modeling. I don't find there any emotional tension or exacerbation of you know, Baroque sentiments. So I understand the philosophy. I just don't see the connection between this beautiful reference to the Baroque spirit and the work packages that we're talking about.
Okay, that's a tough question. Let's see if we can clarify a few things. Integration is always an issue, of course, in any project. But by looking at the case of climate change studies and crisis around that, and the shift in dominant view in science from a view of climate change deniers, basically, to something else, if you want to not define it. I think Igor will talk about it more also in his class on Monday. The hypothesis is that in some higher education systems, they're unable to conform or adapt to this change in dominant view. Case in point is the Australian higher education system. Believe it or not, a few years ago, one physicist who dared to challenge the dominant view was dismissed immediately by the Vice-Chancellor. So in order to assess the capacity of higher education systems to be agile and adapt to new insights from science, you need to set up a framework of general assessment of higher education systems. And I talked to think a bit about that yesterday. I have a proposal on that system of assessment, and then this project would allow to do some in-depth qualitative case studies to assess how adaptive higher education systems are.
Now, about my part, let me introduce a note of classicism into this answer. So, because a little bit of rationality and noble simplicity. I cannot comment on the emotions involved. In fact, there are too many emotions involved in climate science, in my opinion, and we have just to a little bit bring the warring tribes together. You stole my childhood, how dare you, all this stuff on both sides, climate denialists. Wherever you go, you see lots of emotion. We don't need emotions here. My part will be, in this Baroque ensemble, will be to play the role of very simple, horizontal, cylindrical column, who is going to support the structure based on study of the models of physics of atmosphere, which I'm going to discuss on Monday in my lecture, if everyone is welcome, if you want to learn. These models are very complex. So complexity, yes, is present. Emotions, no emotions here. I will tell you why after studying the literature, after 6 months, I started to doubt the dominant view. And currently my view is that I don't know if CO2 causes T. Maybe it does, maybe it not. And that's what I'm trying to find out. As you know, in science, it's based on expertise and evidence. It's not based on authority. It's not based on consensus. And that's my part. So welcome to my lecture on Monday.
Yes. So we are going to speak on Monday about cognitive dissonance. Look at us as if we were a Baroque orchestra with different musicians, and each of us has his favorite instrument, but we play together the same partition. What matters, what allows us to play this partition is, of course, the transdisciplinarity of what we propose, and our common willingness to go beyond the current boundaries that have become obstacles to the progress of knowledge, and more precisely, to the sharing of our expertise, both within academia and outside the ivory tower.
Okay, thank you. Makiel and Zach.
Thanks for an imaginative project and a provocative title, also of the new universal global Baroque. Of course, as we know from whenever Nietzsche talks about his favorite, like when he favors Bizet over Wagner or the Baroque over Beethoven, it's kind of ironic. I think we can agree about that. But if you are saying, well, science alone has not left the Enlightenment age, if I'm correct, I'm not sure that you as a group have left the Enlightenment age yet. So unfortunately, I won't be here on Monday. I'm hoping to fly back home. Maybe when borders are closed, I will be here and listening to your lecture. But I think we're expecting a lecture on complexity science, on rational argument in favor or disfavor of climate change models without any emotions. So at least here the emotions have left the building. Baroque is so there's this modernist strand in your Baroque orchestra. And something similar is with regard to the transdisciplinary nature. So I'm really curious about how you think about that, whether you are thinking about inviting Tyumen citizens to develop, to co-construct with you this project or not. So I'm really a little bit puzzled. So I don't think it's really Baroque, or at least it's a Beethoven-style Baroque, which would be interesting, perhaps. I'm curious about the Enlightenment. Pinker wrote this huge book, Enlightenment Now, arguing that we haven't really reached a complete Enlightenment spirit. So is that not actually what you're aiming at? Yes.
Yes, it should be the second slide. Yes, back. Just once, press once. back, the other side, the other way. The other way. Number two, I need the structure. Yes, very good. So as you can see, I can see this from here. So the point is that it's very simple, actually. I'm going to, with a student or two students from third course, to investigate the physics of climate change, and one result is going to come out, whether CO2, increase in CO2 is responsible for more or less than 50% of temperature increase. Yes, probably I will confirm the dominant view. Maybe I will not. I don't know yet. So then I will present these results to Philippe, so that he could start planning response to climate change, very specific plans. He is geographer. That's his role, to think on terms of planning. At the same time, Philippe is going to contact, because what we start from, we are not starting from general public. We started from people who have argent. So dollars or euros in this case. So, and Philippe does know people. Huh? And rubles. And Juan, and Juan's too, and Juan's too. What, you don't take Juan's? So, and of course it was going to be rubles, euros, Juan, whatever, it's Swiss bankers. And we need to finance a certain direction which responds to our conclusions. And that's how we engage the most critical part of this public, people with money. At the same time, Albert, who is responsible for adaptability of age system, he is developing plans of education for publics, including Tyumen public. And that's what is going to be his, the education of the public will be on, obviously on Albert. And that's how we will reach not only Tyumen, but also broader society, and trying to impress government and international organization and non-governmental organizations. Does it answer your question?
Okay, Zach and Louis.
Yep. Hello, thank you. So, yeah, I'd like to hear a bit more about what your idea of the Baroque is, or the universal Baroque is. I like it, and I think it's philosophically provocative for a, you're claiming not an umbrella term, but philosophically provocative for a concept. But it's I don't know. You brought up Nietzsche, so I'll tell you what I think Nietzsche meant by the Baroque, and it's not that there's complexity. It's not that there's a trait called complexity in the world. Nietzsche was interested in this idea of a function, not an ontological feature of the world, but the Baroque for Nietzsche was this function of folding and unfolding. I see almost the exact opposite in your very linear. Well, maybe not linear, it goes all over the place, but you've got, and as Igor points out, this is a very simple model, guys. This isn't a Baroque model. This isn't not even a complex model. It's not one that folds at all, or unfolds, or unpacks itself, which is maybe what a multidisciplinary Baroque project would look like.
Actually, it's a skeleton. Even Baroque building has a very simple skeleton.
True, but I mean this isn't what Nietzsche meant when he talks about the Baroque, and what you refer to here. This idea of the Baroque is one that the most fundamental thing is folded in complexity. I mean, your soul for Nietzsche is like this folded in thing. It's a function, not a trait that describes something, which is what I'm understanding here. It would be nice.
Well, maybe the time is not enough for that, but I want to address some of the kind of rationality or linearity aspects. In terms of the production and transfer of knowledge, we are really fully aware of the fundamental misalignments that exist in the current systems, and the radical reforms that will be required, for example, in peer review mechanisms, in funding mechanisms. People feel very strongly about them. We know that the transformation needs to take place, but there's a lot of fear and emotions around the necessary changes. So the complexity will kind of we'll bump into that automatically. So you can't predict what the results will be, but the mindset, it's not a philosophy project, but we use a philosophical, let's say, metaphor to explore the issue of that we're concerned with.
Let me just follow. That's my fear. You use this as this concept to explore, but what it becomes then is sort of my feeling, and I think Michiel sort of mentioned this reactionary project in which you're trying to return us to this very small portion of Europe in the 17th or 18th century, whenever you want to do it. And so there's a danger to use this as a philosophical concept without actually exploring it as a philosophical concept, I think.
Yes. So maybe I should introduce myself as well. I've published on the Baroque in China. The Baroque of the Kangxi and Qianlong emperors, and the role it played in permitting, facilitating communication with the extreme peninsulas of Eurasia, which is called Europe, which is quite small and quite poor at the time. And this encounter of civilizations is also what we have today. The reason, and this had tremendous consequences on the Enlightenment. Jean-Baptiste Bourguignon d'Anville, premier géographe du roi, is the author of the first methodological essay that we have on the management of disruptive data. His role was to put on maps information he got from China. He didn't know Chinese. He was relying on second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand sources that came from the Qing Empire. What facilitated his job was the fact that actually everybody was speaking the language of the Baroque at the time. This was just an encounter by chance. And this episode has been totally forgotten. Not only the Chinese Baroque, nobody speaks about it, or the global Baroque, this is also unknown to science, but also the simple fact that this treaty, published in 1776, is a fundamental text for who we are today as academics and how we function in academia. And this is precisely this text and this period that I would like to consult again, not as a concept, but as a driver of changes that we need to introduce, both to science, the earth science, and to the ways in which we educate the next generation. And I feel urged to do so because I'm asked to do so. I don't lobby in order to sit on all these committees with the UNESCO. I don't need to ask for appointments with bankers. Prime ministers come to my office in Zurich and they plead me, do something, act. And yes, there is anger, and yes, there is a lot of emotion in the fact that we as scientists have been a failure for 2 centuries now. We have not been able to answer expectations from our audience, from our taxpayers. The first book on nature and civilization was published in 1915. Questions asked then resulted in the author being dismissed from Harvard and then from Yale. He never had a career. The questions are still asked today by our public. They're asking for a response. That's why we see demonstrations on the street. And if we fail serving the public, at some point, we are going to see not only airlines, but universities going to bankruptcy because, in fact, we have become irrelevant to the crisis we are facing today. And this crisis is as fundamental worldwide as it was to Europe in the 16th, 17th century with the Little Ice Age. At the time, Europe had a tremendous chance, which was that it could plunder at will the resources of Latin America. Today, we don't have a free continent that we can exploit. Yeah, and then again we can speak about the crisis that China had at the same time, the transition from the Ming to the Qing dynasty, which resulted in 1/4 of the population dying from starvation and from war. And this is also because at the time China was just by itself. It could not use Latin America as Europe did. Today, our drama is that we are on a single planet, there is only one globe, and we don't have more resources that are disposable.
Okay, I see 3 more questions, right? Louis, Andre, Dara, I suggest we collect all of them and then let all participants answer them.
Yeah, so I will start by addressing a question to Igor. He is a physicist. I'm originally also a physicist. So first of all, Igor, I really do not question your skills as a physicist. And I admire all physicists who are willing to, you know, put to the quest basic questions of science. Okay?
Sure,
as
the last slide.
Feynman said, being a scientist is not believing what the experts say. However, we all have to face following practical reality, which is that the IPCC is, as far as I can judge, the most unique enterprise in scientific convergence and coming by all critical means, by critically analyzing all the models that are used. We're talking here of a coordination of hundreds of top experts in climate science, including top-notch physicists. Nevertheless, it is always, why not one more? Why not one physicist more who wants to look at the basic axioms? Fine. Let us even grant you the possibility that you will find, and if you are an excellent physicist and expert in this field, you can always find some new facts or modifications, refinements of the model. Let us grant that. How then will you, with this group, if that is your intention, apparently it is, convince, come to actions, okay? You're, as far as I can see here, in strong competition with the IPCC, which has people who, do modeling of the consequences of all the physical models and so on. Is this realistic? Because the plan you have been showing is a business plan, is a strategic, is a project plan, how to get money, how to convince.
Right.
I'm not finished. How to convince institutions, how to convince people who come to Philip, apparently, to define actions, to define implementable project activities. Is it realistic to do this with the Baroque words, the Baroque touch, or the how do you say, the way to present a project with this narrative? Do you think this is going to work with being in competition with the IPCC people?
Yeah, can I answer now? Yes, I don't know how it's related to Baroque. It's certainly not my expertise, but I can tell you, yes, it's absolutely realistic. It's been done many times before. Not without. Okay, with Baroque or without, it's been done many times before. I just show you example from history. That I think it will be very illuminating. Okay, can I? And then he will address IPCC specifically. But I will show you example from history then, and he will answer your second part of the question, show how it's done more specifically. Okay, so there was, as you know, just stay with me for 2 minutes. AIDS has, as you know, we don't have consensus in science. We never do, actually. We don't have power of opinions, and the criterion of truth is expertise and evidence. I need to this slide to answer your question. You ask your question, now let me answer, please. So, as you know, AIDS became known in 1970s. The dominant view before 1983, and I mean seriously dominant, supported by all organizations, not less serious than PCC, was that AIDS is caused by a bad lifestyle, being gay, doing drugs. So in 1983, Luc Montagnier at Pasteur Institute isolated a virus called HTLV type 2, and then renamed later HIV, and everyone understood. No, it's different. Virus causes this disease. And all powerful organization, totally convinced, believed in this. Why? Because they had evidence. So the key is evidence. It's not about power. It's not a powerful organization which matters. It matters to obtain evidence. It's driven by expertise and evidence. Next, in 1995, AIDS, then people didn't understand why AIDS is delayed by several years. Why it doesn't occur instantly? And everyone thought this is because HIV is totally latent, asleep in cells. And until later, when it suddenly wakes up and person dies from complications of immune system. Only in 1995, David Ho from ADARC, director of ADARC, and I know him personally, showed that lifetime of infected cells is 2 days. And 99% of virus lives 2 days in the body before it's cleared by immune system. So it's absolutely active. And another team confirmed his finding, and now everyone changed his opinion within several days, overnight. And they developed drug treatment which dropped the number of cells in the body by 3 orders of magnitude. But it didn't clear completely. It still left 10,000 cells in an average patient. Because some cells are in fact latent, and nobody could understand what is the evolutionary role of latency of a small proportion of cells for a virus who does not hide. It actively replicates in the face of the immune system and somehow manages to trick it. Only in 2015, a team, actually combined team of molecular biologists and evolutionary scientists, was able to answer this question. It's a Trojan horse effect, which is he uses to transmit from one monkey to another. And again, the opinion of the entire community has flipped 100%. And they could do nothing to me. We published this in Cell. They could do absolutely nothing.
So about IPCC, we work with IPCC. I go to the meetings of IPCC. I get invitations from IPCC. I attend the plenary sessions of IPCC. I'm asked for advice, for comments on the next report of IPCC. The deadline is March 28. You are welcome to read my report if you are interested in. I've been working on climate change since 1986. I think you were a baby at the time. I was busy mapping a glacier that has not disappeared. That was in 1996. 2 years ago, I was invited by the School of Geography of the University of Bristol. We spent 2 months working on the maps of the glaciers of the Pamir Mountains. This is a matter of death and life for the villages of this area, because if there is no glacier, there is no water for food.
Right, but the question was...
Let me continue. So, this was the result of 5 years of work this team in Bristol did with support from the European Research Council. Wonderful work, useless work, because we know these glaciers are melting. There is no need to do more research on the glaciers of the Pamir Mountain, the Hindu Kush Mountains, the Tian Shan Mountains, because the conclusion is always the same. Yes, we may have divergence on the precise death of the disappearance of that glacier. What we need to do instead, and this is what I propose, is to think again about the ways in which we do science. At this point, what we found is the duplication, the continuation, the repetition of the same science, which is now useless. Just speak to the villagers of Tajikistan. 45% of the mountain communities have just left for work here in Moscow, or perhaps in Tyumen as well, because they cannot support their families. So there is an urgency, there is an emergency, we have a responsibility as academics, and we must deliver an answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand that somebody was complaining that we don't have enough emotions, so they should be now happy. I don't know if we still have time for those 2 questions that are here. I think we can move them to the one. Thanks for the team. Thank you very much. And we have just one more team to present right now. And this is a fairly special team because it consists of one person who would like to present. So please, Ayla. I don't have the title of your presentation. Right.
Okay. Good evening. Good afternoon. So I was making some kind of group negotiations with some of nice colleagues, but it is not necessarily always there is a good overlap between the disciplines. One problem is I am a neuroscientist, molecular neurobiologist, and that means I understand molecular biology very well. I understand neurobiology very well, but I couldn't find somebody who would like to work with me in these subjects. Maybe somebody will appear, I don't know. So instead of spending more time, I decided to just offer something very quick to maybe somebody would like to work with me. This is, of course, different than my current research, but this is a field that I'm highly interested, and I'm trying to build a kind of...
I'm sorry, colleagues, but please don't disrupt other colleagues. Thank you.
So this is a field that I am highly interested, and I'm actually looking for partners for this. Sorry. I just wanted to prepare a very quick scientific framework to explain it scientifically then, because I was told that I have only 5 minutes. So evidence from animal studies, evidence from anatomical studies from humans, and animals from behavioral studies from children show that and some other unscientific observations of me altogether make me think that there are these endocrine disruptor chemicals. You don't know maybe what are they, but they are everywhere. And they may cause feminization in humans. That is my hypothesis. And how I want to test this hypothesis, I have here not so much laboratory opportunity that I could combine with the behavioral analysis, but I check some databases over the internet, and there are so many data sources that is required to be data mined. So I can collaborate here with some people who understand mathematical modeling, data mining, using machine learning techniques or statistical analysis and all together. And why is it important? It has a very important implication on public health. However, this topic is highly ignored for some reason. Okay, what is endocrine disrupting chemicals? When I say endocrine, you know, endocrine system is an hormonal system that regulates the development and maintenance of our body. And endocrine disrupting chemicals are chemicals that are mimicking the endocrine effects in the body. And one of these chemicals are estrogenic chemicals that once you are exposed to these chemicals, the estrogenic pathway is promoted more than the average. And that has many health effects. The most popular one is cancer. Everybody talks about that. But I think its impact is much more than that. It is a huge problem. And this is, I think, there is no, maybe it is as dangerous as climate change, but it is not recognized. So if you look at just this picture I put it for you, you will see that how we are actually exposed to endocrine disruptors. But I want to show you some real data, because here I want to focus on the effect of endocrine disruptors in terms of feminization. They have impact on cancer, they have impact on obesity, they have impact on depression. But I want to focus something related to feminization, because it is a serious issue for example, children. During embryonic development, during pregnancy. And everybody has to be very well informed. Some certain substances that are used in the materials are forbidden, but it's not enough. For example, Germany now, I think, put it into agenda that they will ban all the plastics. But what about developing countries? What about other chemicals? This is one first finding, and there are other findings replicating these studies, and some of them are actually, of course there are some differences, but majority of the findings look like that for example, this is a real scientific evidence to show that anogenital distance among male infants with prenatal phthalate exposure. This is one of the very common endocrine disruptor that is found in all components in the daily use. For example, they ban the use of bisphenol A in the child products, but not, for example, these kind of things. When during the pregnancy, women drink water from some pets that may have some exposure with this way, and it is impacting on the child. And this is just one parameter during development. And think of the whole surrounding that is we are exposed. This I would call weapons of mass feminization that is happening. So another example, it is already, I don't even need to show you scientific evidence, it is already in the newspapers. Plastics, chemicals feminize boys. So it is not only those that is happening during the infancy, but during developmentally, there are some kind of, males have more testosterone because of evolution, they need that. We have two sex, female and male, and there is a reason why it is like that. And I don't know. They say that boys are in crisis, and that crisis is not only maybe socially occurring, but also there is this chemical war against manhood, in my opinion. Again. And I don't want to be political in this kind of thing. This could be easily misunderstood. I'm not in that camp. I'm not saying anything, but we really have to know these things chemically, that something is going wrong in our very artificial chemical environment, and we need more public realization on this issue to take urgent precautions. And for that reason, we need so many different studies to maybe shown multiculturally and cross-culturally from all over the world. For example, what is the mission of Russia in this situation? Or it is full of plastic garbage, like other developing countries. What are their policies? Are they aware of all these things? What will happen to the future generation? Sorry.
Okay.
Is it finished? Yes. Okay, I don't want to go into detail, but I think you would like to know how you would like to do it and what would I need it. In this context, this is this plan that I can do. But, for example, I may need to discuss what is feminine when somebody, maybe with a psychologist and maybe with a philosopher to discuss, or gender. I don't know. I only observe sex, female, male, biologically, and then it has psychological manifestation. To me, everything is parallel. But I don't know, in the social sciences, I think these are very different subjects. Gender, sex, sexual identity, gender orientation. To me, this is not, I don't understand these topics very well. So that could be a part that I may need some expertise. And of course, I need somebody who can do analytical work. I did some data search on the internet. There are very good databases available. In many, for example, in the United States, for measurement of health, public health parameters. There are data that they collected the urine samples, and they analytically determined all the metabolites of the phthalates and all these kind of substances, and they put it based on age, sex, geographic location on the web. And that is just a very short kind of a few minutes research I found. So that means that we are living in a very rich environment full of data due to the current computational developments. And we have a lot of opportunities, but just we need to make some brainstorming. But I saw that it is feasible. So that is, I would like to propose for a very short way of thinking. I have other propositions that I want to mention today. One of them is ethics of neuroscience. The other one is ethics of genetic engineering. But the problem is, when I did some literature search, there are already certain things. So we need further to see what we can do differently. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a few questions, but please remember that this is a proposal for a research project. It's not a research project, so I think we should give preference to the board and to the participants who would like to join.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I like it so much. And I want to ask you about, do we have any evidence in another animals, for example, insects?
Okay.
The feminization.
So insects are, so if we want to do human studies, we would like to work with species that are evolutionary closer to humans. And so not insects, but mammalians, rats. Rats are the model. With the rats, there are rat.
Okay, rat.
Rat.
Just rat.
Rat.
Yeah.
Rats and some crazy studies. I don't want to go there, but with frogs, amphibians. So when I say animal, human, that means that is very, very fundamental that they all converge on this effect. And that means, you know, if something is supported by animal data together with human data, that means that evidences are quite strong in biological terms.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why this hypothesis can be further studied.
Yeah, thank you. But it's very interesting subject. But what about the pesticides?
Pesticides as well.
Also can, yeah.
If I go into this subject, you will see that we are really surrounded by the weapons of mass feminization. And if you want to ask me what will happen in the future as a neurobiologist and molecular biologist, not only from this side, but also, for example, Y chromosome is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
So there are many factors, and sometimes I'm thinking, that's why I was very much interested in the future of humanity, and I'm thinking, I think we will reproduce not sexually, and we will maybe have only genome-edited in vitro fertilizations, and we would not need males for reproduction, women have everything, and under these conditions, there are these scenarios.
Right. Makiel, Liz, Krishna.
Well, interesting topic, and I really appreciate a female scientist being worried about the feminization in humans. Let me take another perspective as a male, since males are being associated with the production of violence, exploitation, etc. Also health and psychological health, very bad statistics. Why is this a problem? Why wouldn't it? I mean, we don't need that many males to procreate, right? Maybe 1 or 2 males will be sufficient.
For example,
no, I mean,
if I have a son, personally, if I have a son, baby boy, I want him like a boy.
Yeah, but that, so there indeed.
No,
so
you
there
may
indeed
want.
a
We
social
should give the parents, if they want to play with the genders of the children, which is now the trend. There are now gender-neutral schools. It is personal preference, but if I will not go there to discuss. I am not also in that expertise. But I think people, if they want to do anything, they should be well informed. But you cannot just do it by toxicity and make people play with the health of their children. And also this feminization is, I don't think that they become female. So if they become female, that's fine. Maybe in the future we will have genome editing and everything will be fine. But for the woman, it's kind of a disorder.
Okay, Liz, Krishna, and Alex. Microphone.
Sorry. So I also like very much this proposal, but I think is very much needed a computer scientist, a bioinformatics who knows statistical methods just to really document what you say, and just a little information that, for instance, and sociologist, of course, and perhaps someone who knows regulations, so international and national regulations on this area. And this is an area which is, as far as I know, not very well studied from this point of views. And for instance, the lake of Balaton is full of hormones, and my colleagues already asked me to find sociologists who would like to work that. And I couldn't find.
Okay, there is a social neuroscientist. I'm wondering what he's going to ask. Very curious.
No, first of all, we always want to see biologists in sociology institutes, particularly in SAS. But I'm sorry to break that collegiate relationship, but it's a big letdown. First of all, I think there were many, many projects here which had an amazing place for neuroscientists, particularly the polarization project and the radicalization project, where the project will be complete with a neuroscientist because they need to study the people's behavior. There could be some area in the brain which make people aggressive or which make people involved in this groupism and stuff. So you would fit very much into these groups. I don't know how you cannot find that. Let me finish the questions. You cannot find that place. And the second thing is, SAS is giving a unique opportunity for biologists to settle a lot of socio-political issues. It's a very unique opportunity. You don't get that in many places. But this project is a very exclusive question for an endocrinologist. Maybe they would take help from a computer scientist or a statistician, but I don't know the relevance here for a monodisciplinary project in a multidisciplinary institute like SAS. And the third thing is I'm a fan of Russia. So I don't see any problem with these chemicals. I mean, compared to the rest of the world, any problems with these chemicals and endocrine disruptors with feminization or any issue, because Russia, as far as I know, Russia has banned GMO. Putin has banned, I think, Monsanto, and I think they encourage organic farming in many places. It's not really a pressing issue in the Russian context. I would say I think you should go back and try to fit in one of the existing group, and yeah, that's my suggestion.
Just a second. Where is my slide? Can you show the endocrine disruptors? The slide, does it work? Yes. So you think Russia is not exposed by this problem? So you are sure? And I can even show you the credit cards you are touching, the car you are driving every day. And this is not something, it is a public health issue. It's not something you can put into the domain of endocrinology.
I totally understand. There are a lot of problems everywhere, but the main problem, it's not a pressing issue for Russia.
And to me, maybe I have reasons why I'm interested, but I'm interested in that. To me, it's interesting.
All right.
Okay. Alexander.
I also like this project very much, and I'll be happy if it is launched and progressed. And my question is really practical. Do you think that you could formulate computational problem for a student? I mean that if it exists, okay, and if it's possible to find a well-educated student, could you push it?
We can
forward?
try. We are all working on, doing working research. Where is that? My slide is, okay. So we need to come together with people who would like to prepare some results from data, and we have to sit together which methods we can use. Previously, I was talking with Igor that he was interested actually in this project, but later he said, this is too political for me, I don't want to go there. This is a sensitive issue. I don't want to be into politics. Also, I'm scared that what I find, something very little, would be abused and misused, which I don't want into that camp either. That we have seen all the time that scientific knowledge is abused in a very bad manner. So this is a very sensitive project. But all I want to do is to raise awareness for public health and environmental pollution and the plastics. Yes. I'm sorry, you are the moderator.
I see. Well, I see at least 4 questions, so let's make them 5 questions. Let's start with Zach, and everyone can ask 1 question in 1 sentence. And then I will answer all of them.
One more question to actually my social neuroscientist friend. Yes, but I have to answer that question. You said why I don't, because when I mention them something about biological, they start to laugh my questions. To me, it gives the impression that they are not ready to work with me.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Zach. colleagues.
All right. I'll try to keep this short. One sentence. Would you be willing to work with like a gender scholar?
Okay.
A gender scholar.
Gender.
Yeah, like a queer
In this context. In this context. Yes.
Because you claim to have no here. It's more than one sentence. You claim to have no politics, but you have a politics.
I am very sorry, but I'm trying to moderating here. So now Philip asks a question. Then we will have Jonathan, and who else wanted to ask? Louis, and who was the last one? Okay.
Don't apologize, never. A question quite simple is about visibility of your project. I am interested in knowing more about the gap between data collecting and data exploitation.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan?
You would need a gender scholar sociologist to make sure it's not abused to those who have been discriminated upon the gender identity. And very briefly, you mentioned as a biology you see sex as female and male. Is it a dichotomy or is it more a spectrum? Because I've seen different. Is it two or is there more of variety?
Right. And the last question from Louis.
As a neurobiologist, which neuroimaging techniques do you personally master? Or which experimental techniques do you know in neuroimaging, know in general?
Okay.
So I forgot the questions, but what was the first question? Yes, we can talk later. Yes. Second question, Philip. Okay, that's why I put this slide here. So I search some databases. For example, there is public health databases that are very well grounded in the United States. And I was actually very much impressed how systematically they work. So they geographically, it sounds very analytical in the beginning and very suitable for some statistical inference. So they geographically and based on lifestyle, based on age, based on sex, they measured a lot of parameters, but I was wondering if also they determined the phthalates in the urine, one example. There are different metabolites of these chemicals that are in our body, for example. And they measured all these already in the urine samples, and it's available. And I didn't know that. And in the meanwhile, in Sarajevo, I have now a recent master's student, and normally to measure these things is a little, you can do it, but it's expensive. You need consumables. Even you have the systems, it doesn't matter. To run a lab, you need always money. So that's the problem in Sarajevo and like everywhere in the world. But we found a cheaper method that we can use in the lab, and that is like we will develop a yeast strain, which is available already in the among the biotechnology labs, so we can get that. That strain is genetically encoded, and that strain has the ability to biologically measure the human metabolites of these estrogenic substances. So basically they put the estrogenic receptors into the yeast genome, and then it gives some signals when there is those substances. So you put the substance and you measure it. So so I was very happy that when I see that I could maybe do it with a very little budget. So that is the point. With little budget, with a little group of people that doesn't know much, but you have to teach everything. You have to find and discover something. That is the art. If you work with 10 postdocs, your life is very different. Right. So we had this chance, and we are already working on this with my master's student, who is very ambitious. And I could maybe, this goes step by step. So I want to do also, I have some colleagues there who are experts in psychiatry, medical doctors, and we are thinking of some behavioral paradigms, and we want to screen university students combined with some behavioral tests in the very beginning as a pilot study to see what will happen. In the meanwhile here, I can do this kind of work, and maybe it will work, and we can also make something more. I don't know. Coming to the other question about the spectrum or dichotomy, right? I have opinions, but I don't want to speak because I'm not expert. That's why.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. If someone wants to join Ida's team, you will know where to find her.
You have.
And I think we are done for the day with our plenary sessions, and we will start them.
There was one more question.
Right, the interviews are happening now. Bye-bye to our online broadcast.